dreams of riches and worlds to inspire. On planet Calypso, his journey began. A bold-hearted noob with a pistol in hand. Exploring the plains, he heard the mobs roar. Come at me, Troxys, I'll settle the score. But with one swift strike, the mob had its way. Akiran respawned for the 12th time that day. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profit's a ghost that haunts his dreams. To next island he sailed with high hopes galore. Surely he mused, I'll lose less than before. He hunted the boars, he swung his big blade, but profit's a ghost that haunts his dreams. The papoose laughed loud as he fell to the sand, respawning once more in this treacherous land. His crafting was worse, his clicks, oh crap, now I'm broke. He groaned, but maybe one more cap. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profit's a ghost that haunts his dreams. On Arkadia shores, Akiran made plans. Let's mine rare ores and expand my clans. He dug deep and hard, with vision so grand, but unearthed more dung than his hands could withstand. The smugglers chuckled, a miner you say? Here's a rocket to send you on your merry way. Blown sky high, he respawned with his pride and decay. But Akiran just smiled, let's do it all day. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profit's a ghost that haunts his dreams. On Serene's wild fields, he sought his last chance to conquer this planet. I'll take one more stance. He fought the Zelados, their claws sharp and fast, but his faps ran out, he was down at last. A craft machine stood nearby like a lure. I'll make guns this time, they'll surely ensure my fortunes will rise. But the output was dull, a pile of bad blueprints and zero tier raw. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profit's a ghost that haunts his dreams. Though mobs devour him and his pets burn, though losses are certain, he'll always return. For Akiran Blade has one stubborn creed: keep trying, keep dying, it's all that I need. Oh, Akiran Blade, the fool of the stars, his fortune's in debt and his body bears scars. But he'll never stop, no, never give up. For Akiran's true power, he loves skilling up.
Hello and welcome back to the Blade of Arkadia channel. Let's get things rolling. We are going to head to the underground. Hang on a minute, let me get the music going properly. Okay, here we go. Hey folks. Okay, let's head to the underground. It's annoying that you have to do this stupid stuff still here. Like go to the main TP and then go somewhere else. Gateway TPs. Annoying. Right. And then we have to do the same thing again. What I'm going to do is head down there, I think. See what we can find. I don't know how long this is going to last, guys, to be honest. You know, my last run was not a good run. Oh, that's the other thing I need to get. Where is it? Dune. Install. Yes. Hang on. Right. Now this might make the connection a little bit choppy, but I am downloading Dune Awakening. I I did. Let's get rid of that, I think. Yeah. There we go. So we've got an early access to Dune Awakening, so that's downloading. But yeah, let me know if you're seeing any significant effect on the stream. You shouldn't do, because it's a download and, you know, the stream's an upload, so we should be fine. What do I want? I want some probes. Just need to work out how many I need here. 26, 30 divided by 120 is 20, 21. 21. That's annoying. Okay, 21 it is. I can't really make up. It's close to 22, but I can't really make that up because I don't have any stuff to burn. So, 21. So you need 25, 25, 20. Yep, there we go. So it's not very many drops with the P400, and the P400's nearly dead. So let's catch up with chat here. 5-minute instant 88. Oh, it would be lovely, wouldn't it, to get another one? Purple haze. Sorry, my throat's a bit. I had the medical stuff yesterday, and I had some sedation. I did hope to get on yesterday, but there was just I was asleep most of the day. Hey Daiso, some morning streams. It's kind of late. It's getting late for late afternoon for us now. System, right? Okay. Yeah, this P400 isn't lasting much longer. Triple drops, underground, 120 ped a drop. Here goes. We'll head this way. And that's an NRF to start with. Okay. There's another one. Wonder if he's still on the HOF list. Do you get a HOF, do you? Which category? Let's go. It's Dromere here. Let's go up this way. Which cat? Fossil tooth. Okay, let's have a look. Mining. Oh, yeah, you're still there. 1200 ped fossil tooth. Very nice. Congrats. What were you dropping there? That's a lot of NRFs to start with. This isn't good. That's tier 3, but I don't have any tier 3 enhancers. Oh, finally we get a hit. It's Axe Head. Oh crap, that's a lot of Dromere there. 873 ped. Part of Flint Axe Head. So that's okay. Now remember, we're dropping 20 something hundred ped, right? So we need a couple more hits like that, basically. Nano cubes. There's a 674 ped Caldo. I'll take it. Can we keep the hits coming? Yeah, so has everyone been doing all right? Anyone else had any big HOFs? There's another NRF. I don't want to go in that corner, really. Don't think. Let's go up the hill. Thank you, thank you. Look at Widowmaker. What's that? Just this one yesterday. Come on then, hit us this. You hit a 2K Verderon last night. Well done, Super Press. Congrats to you. Number 54 on hunting for Sev. Let's have a look. 54. Male Screecher provider. Oh, God. Sev. Rip multiplier. Thank you. Is it Mo or is it Moss? Let me know. Because I think I've heard Bear say Mo. We're getting a load of NRFs again now. So we're kind of down at the moment. So hang on, Ziz. Where's your hit, Ziz? Oh, there you go. 13.7k, Ziz. Nice. Congrats. Right, that's the TP over there. This is a lot of NRFs. You need to stop with the AI songs. Well, that's well deserved, Ziz. Well deserved. Is that kind of brought you back up to like break even on all of that, or are you still looking at a deficit, or are you up on that? 4.5 is good. Okay. A global, come on now, and it's Nexus. Wow. Wow. Mind Art, tell me you don't want me to play anymore by not telling me you don't want to play anymore. Yeah, it does. It does. I think I need to kind of double back a little bit here. I've only got 3 more drops. So, yeah, I think someone at Mindark is doing their usual and slamming the slider to the left instead of the right. Because we're just getting nothing but NRF now. I'm not really sure where I've bombed and where I haven't really. Yeah, right? A near success. Okay. I think I'm okay to drop here. But yeah, this is the last one, and this has been bad. This has been really bad. Unless this hits. No. Wow. Okay. Let me tot up the figures. I can't remember how much did I buy at the beginning there? It was 21. Hang on a minute. 21 times 120. 2.5k. There's nowhere near 2.5k in hits. I thought maybe a day's break might, you know, reset things a little bit. But no. We're just getting treated like a second-class citizen again. So what do we get out of the ground? Oh, that global's not even registered on EL. That's how bad things are. Right. Let's just summon that because I don't want loads of Dromia on me. So why is the Caldo? Okay. So that's 873 plus 674. plus, what was it, 200 and something? Was it 204? We dropped... We lost about 800 ped in that run. 800 ped gone. Just like that. Now, thankfully, the resources we picked up here are pretty quick to pull, so... Which is why I came down to this spot, to be honest. Yeah, well, the thing is, Mr. Wangalong, is if I run out of peds before that happens. But, I don't know, it just... The thing is, I have dropped so much with this P400. In fact, you know, the last 3 P400s, I've dropped so much in probes. And I've only seen one decent hit. One, you know, one that I would call a decent hit. And that was that 7K tower. You know, I should have seen some more, to be honest, with the amount I've dropped, and it's just not happened. Just one more amp. Yeah, I'm not amping. This is just P400 straight. Aloha. Am I saying that right? Hernink? If you were amped yesterday, you would have got a tower, yeah. That's usually the way it goes. The second you stop doing a particular activity and go to something much smaller, then all the multis start appearing. Magic. Wait, the Molmans have arrived? Where's the news? Hang on. I guess I'm not looking at the EU thing. Official announcements. That was just the Planet Partner thing though, right? There's no news. Why is there no news? Well, someone in my... Hang on. Right. Why is that not on the Discord? Like, oh my god. This stuff is supposed to be getting better. And it isn't. That should instantly be on the Discord. Straight away. Because not everyone goes to the damn forum anymore. Yeah, but Molmans herald the fact that summer migration is on the way, right? That's kind of why that's important. We get the Molman event, and then summer migration. So when... Who's this now? Imperial Zoological Scouts. This is a new thing. Early reports indicate several tribes have already left their regular settlements. There's no dates. There's no dates. So are they... Hang on a minute. Oh, Quan is seeing the globals, so they are here. They are here. But, yep, still nothing on the Discord. Oh, God. Every time I start streaming, someone phone calls me. Right, bear with me. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's still nothing. Still nothing on the Discord. Yeah, this stuff needs really to... I don't know what the deal is. Why... I guess maybe it's because it's all manual or something. I don't know. Maybe no one's spent the time to kind of automate a lot of this stuff. Right, how are we doing with pulling this? 394. We're about halfway on that. What are you talking about, Peps? Yeah, exactly, Super. Exactly. So why is it taking so long for it to pick up? Have they put it in the right... It's in Planet Calypso News. If I go to the forum, is there an RSS button? Index RSS. If I go to... Yeah, see, that's right at the top level. It's not in the news. So is it like looking at the index RSS and then filtering when it does it? Roll B is kicking in, yeah. I mean, it's kicking in to an extent where you're writing stuff I don't even know what you're talking about. Don't know how to stream. Just breaks and PP time. No, I was on a phone. I said this. I was on a phone call. So who's pumped to see some Dune Awakening gameplay? Because we'll be doing that later on. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how the mining goes, but it's not looking good, is it? It is not looking good. Let me just check how the download's going. About, it's over a third done now. Yeah, I haven't either, Super Press. That's a new one on me. That is a new one on me. But hey, if they're doing that, maybe there's some new missions and new NPCs, right? Right? Right, guys? I guess you could have, like, you could scan the claim, get some scan technology skill, and then the claim would then tell you how much in PED is left. Or it would just say X out of X remaining, or something like that. That would be kind of, you know, that would be kind of another use for scanning. You would also get some skill for doing it. And you would get the info you want, right? It's like a bit of a win-win-win all around, right? You have to look at... I'll have a look at a new game. Some of the survival type MMOs I've seen look pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really personally look at an awful lot of other games, but I've always been a big fan of, like, the Dune universe, basically. So, but a lot of the Dune games in the past have been a bit meh, a bit uninteresting looking. So, this Dune Awakening looks interesting. It's I think it's third person, right? From going from memory. And it's got like a skill tree and stuff like that, but you also pick a class as well, I think. So that's going to be interesting. What I don't know is with streaming it, like, am I going to get... I don't know how the bases work. Like, you set up your base, don't you, somewhere? And I don't know how that works in terms of, like, is it a safe zone? Or can it be attacked by other players? All this kind of stuff. I'm going in pretty blind. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, I tell you, if, you know, if this mining doesn't pick up, we'll be doing that quicker than I expected. You start in a safe zone. Yeah. But I think the idea is you build your own base. But you have to find a place to put that. And, yeah, I wasn't sure. Look, Molman Looter Elite. There it is. Is there news on the Discord? No, there's still no news on the Discord. Do I have any emails? Let's have a look, shall we? I know the answer to this already. Do I have any emails in the email address registered against this account? That's actually not the right email address. Hang on. Here we go. Let's just check my inbox. No, there's no emails still. Exciting new Mormon seasonal event has started. Email. No, it's not there. Why not? Why not? Craziness. It was a StarCraft. Yeah, I remember seeing that one. I remember looking at it and thinking, well, that's just like a rinse repeat of all the other types of those kind of Command and Conquer style games. It's on the client loader. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm on Arcadia. So no, it isn't on the client loader. That's another thing that needs... It needs some more thought, is the client loader. I think, I guess it's the size it is to support people with ultra small resolution, but is that relevant anymore? Who's running the game at, say, less than 720p? How big is the client loader? It's less than that, isn't it? Like if I take a screenshot of it and then we can measure the image. Right, right. Edit in Paint, thank you. Let's go. It is 680, 846 pixels wide, 680 high. So that's less than 720p for a start. But like, why does it even need to be a fixed height? A fixed size? Why can't it just be resizable anyway, right? And then if it's resizable, make better use of the content space inside. And then not only display planet partner stuff when you're on a particular planet, but also put, you know, universe kind of beats on the side or something, right? You've got to pump it up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could just slap a drop down somewhere, couldn't you? And say viewing, and then the planet. And then you could just switch between the planets that have their own feeds. But I just think it should be more of a unified experience, and this comes back to my thoughts on how the planet partner stuff runs, because they're expected to do all their own marketing and all the rest of it, and I just think I don't think that works. Personally, I don't think it works. Trying to make out that each planet is its kind of its own game, really. I think it just needs to be more unified, more cohesive as an experience. And yeah, I just you know, this notion of like, well, you know, planet partners need to do all their own stuff and all the rest of it, and it should be, I don't know, I don't know really. Maybe I'm only understanding a small portion of the situation, but I think it should be much more of a partnership than a, yeah, you're on our platform, but that's all you're gonna get kind of thing. Because, like I said before, you know, the game needs success stories, not stories of people coming on board and then having not an ideal scenario, right? So summer migration's on the way, Hearn? Anything extra good from the Molmans? They're just chunkier mobs, so you're looking at bigger multipliers, basically. Not bigger multipliers. You're looking at maximizing your multipliers if you grind them. There's codex as well, codex on them, and if you do manage to find a Molman daily mission, because they give like 4. I think they typically give about 4 daily tokens. So you can then complete those without having to go into lootable. So that's kind of handy, because it's just impossible to kind of complete those Molman dailies by just finding the looter elite around the Proteron spawn, or doing Molman Vigs, or the what was the other one? Is it a Warlord elite that's over by the mutated Kerberos, the Ossia columns down by Boreas? I can't remember which one spawns down there. Yeah, we get a few weeks of the Molmans, I guess. I thought it was only like a couple of weeks. How's the download doing? Alright, we're over halfway. Actually getting towards the 2/3 downloaded now. Right, well, we're nearly there with pulling this, aren't we? Yeah. 500 ped pulled. What did we get in Caldo again? 674, yeah. Yeah, we're nearly there. Yeah, this next run could be pretty catastrophic. Because we're significantly less ped. So that significantly less drops. Unless we get some hit spam, I think we might be done. We might be done. Which is not ideal. But, you know, we can't seem to get any fair multipliers out of this mining business. I don't know what's going on. But, yeah, it's just not hitting right. Not hitting right at all. There. Another 40 ped. Okay, a couple more poles. There it is. Okay. Bear with me. So I've got this silly little mobile thing that I play around with. Right. Let's get this last. This one's gonna hurt. This is Nexus. It's gonna take us ages to pull this crap. Meant to bring new players, and I really don't think they do. Well, it cuts both ways. Super, it cuts both ways. I think they've had, you know, in terms of, oh, for goodness sake, of this rubber banding. So I knocked my connection setting up to max because I had it set to like 1 megabyte, 1 megabit, and you know I was getting the issues. I set it to like 10 or whatever, 100 megabits or whatever it is, because I've got like a 1 gig fiber and a rubber band on Ark Underground now, so I might have to go completely the other way and set it to 56k or something. I don't know. Right, how long is this gonna take? Okay, we're at 5% at the moment. Hopefully not too long. Yeah. So, yeah, I think I get the impression, so this is just an opinion based off of other things I've heard, but I get the impression that as a legacy, the Planet Partners have been a bit handcuffed in terms of how they can achieve things for the game. And, you know, when you're in that kind of situation, you then kind of loathe to put the effort in, if you know what I mean. But like, no one's putting the effort. Well, of late, up until I guess fairly recently, no one's really been putting the effort in. And you know, I was listening to the conversation the other night with you know, Bonnie and Socrates, and you know, the notion that the game is niche and has a niche audience and all the rest of it is valid. It's 100% valid. But is that right? Is it right to go, it is what it is, you know, and we're only going to attract certain people and that's it? Surely there's room for looking at how the loot engine works and looking at how people's returns work and how sensationalized loots work, and tweaking them a bit so that it's a bit fairer, so that people can last longer on their ped, while at the same time still having incentives, you know, as in, you know, special loots, special loot events, POFs, ATHs and the like, and then attract a bigger audience. I mean, that's ultimately what you need to have in the game, a bigger audience, a more sustainable audience, rather than going, well, this is the offering, we're not changing it. Okay. You know, I hope to see some changes anyway, because otherwise UE5 will flop big time. You know, there'll be an influx for a couple of weeks and then everyone will be like, but my ped hasn't lasted more than a day. What's going on? I'm out. Like, I think, I don't know, how long does it take to get... This is the thing, right? You'll have a bunch of people that come in and go, oh, I'm going to try and do this and not spend any ped, right? That's just the way some people are going to work, right? Then there's going to be a bunch of people that come in and go, I want to level up as quickly as I can, right? And then they'll basically grind and grind and grind as much as they can. And what will end up happening is they get through a ton of... They'll get through a ton of ped and not have leveled up very much. And then they'll go, this is unsustainable. I'm out, right? And we can like say, oh, you know, it's a marathon, you know, not a sprint. And we can say that till we're blue in the face, right? Some people are just not going to vibe with that. But yeah, the way, you know, the way the loot's working at the minute, it's quite easy. Like if you're at a, you know, a lowish level and you want to grind hard to skill up, you could quite easily dump $100 in, and within, I don't know, within a few days that could be gone because you like you grind away with the gifted weapons and stuff from the tutorial or whatever, right? And then maybe you get a few drop for you while you're hunting around Icarus or whatever. More than likely you don't, though. You know, and then you have to buy some guns off other players, and then you've spent more for the crappy little weapons than their TT is worth, right? And then you do that a few times, and then you level up, and then you're like, right, now I can get the next gear. But then you're like, right, now I need to pay more markup, and the TT's higher now. And then you do that, and then after a couple of hours, that weapon is dead. And then the loot that you've gotten back doesn't cover the ammo, let alone the decay and the markup on the gun that you've just cycled the hell out of, trying to level up quickly as you can. And then, so then you're buying either another one of the same level, or you're at the next level, you know, and so on and so forth. And quite quickly you can say bye-bye to $100 quite quickly, right? Whereas, for instance, June Awakening, the deluxe version of the game, which gives me early access, was 80 quid, right? Now I dare say there'll be some DLCs and whatnot afterwards, but it was 80 quid. That's not going to, you know, restrict me in any way, is it? Right? I don't know. I haven't played the game yet, but I'm assuming I'll be able to grind away as much as I want on that. And I think this is ultimately the big problem that the game has, is that in order to kind of level up takes a significant amount of investment. And then as you get higher and higher up, that level of loss that you get on your cycle just gets greater and greater. And for what reward, right? This is what it comes down to. For what reward? If you're, you know, if you're cycling, say, 1,000 ped a week, you're easily, you know, if you're not using the best gear and have the best looter skills, you're easily losing, you know, a couple hundred ped a week because of that, right? That's $20 a week. But you're not seeing any, you know, if you're down at 1,000 ped a week, you know, the kinds of mobs you're hunting are fairly low level, and the chances of you hitting hoffs and stuff is decent size hoffs is kind of low, right? So I don't know. Maybe because I haven't been at that level for a long time. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm out of touch with how that kind of gameplay works now. I think having the game more translated probably would be helpful, but the problem you have with that is then you have a whole bunch of players with a whole bunch of names, right, and stuff. Like, how are you going to manage that? I think realistically, you'll probably want to splinter off. You'll probably want to splinter off the servers to Asian-based servers and Europe-based servers, so that we all play in the same kind of way, and then the Asian folks play in their way together, even though it's a common loot pool, right? But the players are kind of separated a little bit, because it makes no sense for the vast majority of Asian players that are joining to be joining and going, you know, I need help, but in, you know, kanji or whatever, right? And then we're all like, what? You know, how can we help those folks when we don't speak those languages? And so you're probably going to need to champion a bunch of people from those regions. There's going to be existing players that speak, you know, English and, you know, whatever Asian language, right? The chat will auto-translate. Okay. I mean, maybe, but there's going to be an awful lot of load on whatever. I'm assuming the translation's going to be via some kind of AI-powered thing, right? I mean, maybe not, but if it is, then there's going to be a lot of translation going on, and very quickly, I think that cost is going to rack up. And I think it would be better. I think it would be better if you basically... Why did I pick that up? Didn't mean to pick that up. In my mind, it would be better if you had Europe servers and Europe and America servers and Asia servers. Just have the two, and then you select which region you want to play in, right? And then from the client aspect, you're just on those servers, right? But from the loot aspect, it's all mixed, right? It all comes back to the central, you know, central servers for the loot side of things, right? And then you avoid the cost of the translation AI or translation service or whatever, right? Happening all the time. And you also have this kind of, well, you have people in that thing, and basically there's going to be people in our servers right now who speak both English and speak whichever Asian languages, right? And so they'll naturally migrate to the Asia servers, and then they'll naturally help new players in that region, right? And what would probably make sense is to just basically, like I said, copy paste all of the servers so that they're, you know, so you've got the Asian ones and the Europe ones, Europe America ones, right? Open up the Asia ones quietly, just within our understanding, the player base understanding, so that the Asian players can then migrate over to the Asia servers and then build those up, and then they can. Then maybe you could start doing some low advertising just to get some trickle in and build up more players. And then once there's a, you know, decent amount of players on the Asia side, then do some bigger advertising campaigns and get loads of people in. That's how I would do it, personally. But I'm not manager of a game company, so what the hell do I know? Right. TT. Look away, folks. Look away. Right, so yeah, we lost a lot there. Right, one more run, I guess. Unless this goes nice, I think this is it. 18. Oh, hang on a minute. I need to actually work that out. Right, so 1860 divided by 120 is 15.5. So we want 15. So we want 1800 on the nose. Okay. So it's 15 drops we're going out with now. What we're going to do this time is head out the other side. In fact, if I start from the other TP, that'd probably be better. Select your hamster cluster. That's right, Chrono. Anyway, welcome, Chrono. How you doing? Sorry, I've been going on and not actually checking the chat. It works in other games like Diablo. Why not here? Exactly. Like Destiny 2, when it was on the Blizzard BattleNet app, worked in exactly the same way. You picked Europe, you picked America, or you picked Asia. Exactly like that. But to be fair, there's a lot more players playing Destiny 2 than there's ever been Entropia, right? So let's be fair about that. But I still think sharding off all of the player servers to Asia-based ones and then having the loot calc just bridge between the two, I think that would be better, personally. And then you wouldn't need to do all this translation business and then have costs incurred with that. Oh, straight away, 883. This is an 1800 ped run, so we need another 1000 ped to come out to break even this particular run. The only problem with this side is there's lots of these Togolossi around. NRF. EU News. Is Svarog in the chat? Svarog has just posted it on the thing, on the Discord manually. Sharded, yeah. Another NRF. How could players trade big ticket items? Change region. Your items will come across. Your inventory is your inventory, right? So you just change region. Yeah. So if you really need to sell something, you know, there's going to have to be some kind of going on the forums. What is going on with this? Force Nexus. 274 ped. The hell? June Awakening is downloaded. I feel like we'll be going to June Awakening very soon if we don't get a big hit. Well, even if we did get a big hit, I mean, if it's a tower, right? I'm stuck. 913 ped. We are now positive on this run. That's more like it. Arc Moon has better ores. Yeah. 507 ped zinc. Huge. That's the axe head and the zinc is good because they're quick to pull. Very quick. Oh, that's a point. I didn't repair my thing. Okay, let's kind of... We got 8 drops left. So let's head kind of back towards the TP a bit. That way, if we do get another run... Well, we will have another run. Oh, that's nice, but... Oh my god, it's force. Oh, no. No. 1300 ped force. Oh god, it's a vast. That's a times 10 divided by 5. So that was a times 20, I guess. Times 2, sorry. Times 2 multi. Yeah, so when we do another run, we can just basically head down along that wall instead. Force. Oh, God. We got a hit, though. Full profit, absolutely. So, I mean, that's the other run taken care of as well, right? Now, we can go back this way a little bit. Like so. And then, I guess we head this way. I'm just going to have to monitor how far down this wall I've gone. We've got 4 drops left. I mean, I could hit a different area, though. Now I need sweat. Yeah. Which one's this one? 9. Yeah, I could do that, or I could just TT it. We've got 2 more drops. So we've gone to just beyond this thing here. And then if I go this way to the spike. Like, it doesn't sell, right? If I was trying to sell the Nexus, right, there's so much of it on the auction, it doesn't sell. For me, right? If I'm coming in with big ped amounts, I don't really want to make 50 different auctions just to sell some force, if you know what I mean. That's 13 ped. It is a tough sell, and I've had to TT an awful lot of actual useful, like sweet stuff. Sweet stuff is another one. I get so much of it, I can't sell it. Because there's so much of it on the auction already. No one buys it. You know, if there was orders for it, you know, if I had millions of fruit in auction, then yeah, it would be useful for me. But it's not. And even still, the Nutrios don't sell quickly enough. So it's just TT fodder. Yeah. Well, if you want to buy stuff for TT, head to the Underground. You know, I'm here. I'm more than happy to sell stuff for TT to people if I'm just going to dump it in the TT. What am I doing here? I need this thing. And I need this thing, which is nearly dead. So we had a good run. We had a good run there. The problem I've got now is that the P400 is nearly dead. It's nearly dead. In fact, if anyone is coming down to buy stuff for TT, bring a... Actually, I'll go and get it myself. I need a tier 3 depth enhancer. I probably need some 2s as well. And I've actually run out of blooming... Look. I've run out of 1s and 2s on the extraction as well. I haven't put them elsewhere, have I? No. No. So I need to enhance her up, really. Everyone has their Tesla now. Well, I'm still working on that Storm Drake. I don't know what the buff is on that one, because apparently it's a new one. But I need to see a tower. I need to see probably several towers, to be honest. Or one big tower. Isn't Tesla like 2,500 ped of Nutrio to level up? I mean, I guess it depends on how you're doing it. You can save a few ped by taking your time, right? Joins the Need Many Towers Club. Well, you know, I thought if I come to the underground, maybe I can eke out the first ever triple tower, right? So, we've just hit level 26 archaeologist. First ever triple tower. We can make a video out of that, right? So apart from Ziz's 5-digit, has there been anything really big? 4K hunting, 6K crude. In fact, I saw that as I logged in. That one, oh, 21K shrap. So yeah, there has been a couple of 5 digits in the last 24 hours. Yeah. If only for promotional effect, but you know, they can't, yeah. The thing is that yeah, if that happens, like, more than likely people will be like, how has that happened? People get a bit sussy. Yeah, let's just forget the tens of thousands of ped that I've done on this mining to no significant effect. Let's just forget all that, shall we? And like, I mentioned the other day about this person that was accusing me of being a Mindark employee, then calling me a Mindark shill. Like, again, tell me you've not watched my content by not telling me you've not watched my content. Do I seriously shill, do I? And, they also said, oh, good work on your fake British accent. What? So not only did they think I was a Mindark employee and think I was a shill, they also thought I was lying about being British. Who lies about that? Unhinged. I mean, it was basically an unhinged rant. Right. If only, but I'm actually jobless right now, Photon, so I need to update my CV and get on that, really. But I've been dealing with hospital stuff, so I've been focused on other things. Yeah, but it doesn't, like, why would you lie about being British, right? And to the point where you're putting on a fake British accent. Does it sound fake? Does it sound fake? I mean, you know, I did actually say to them, I don't know what you're suffering with right now, but I wish you all the best with it, and then block them. So unhinged. Like, they started contacting me a long time ago, but that, you know, it slowly ramped up to being more and more anti-MA, right? Trying to get me to quit the game and all the rest of it. And but they started out, I said I live in Cheltenham because they live in Birmingham or something, or near there. You know, which is not a million miles away, right? And then as soon as I said I live in Cheltenham, he started accusing me of being a spy. I'm like, the fuck? What are you smoking? Like, the spies don't even operate out of GCHQ. What are you talking about? They don't even work there. They're in London. Absolutely. Crazy, crazy nonsense. Right, how much of this have we got? About halfway on this one. You sound like a Sven. Hmm. That's only for the only Svens. Yeah. And the sauna stream. Yeah, that's right, Peps. You got it. You got it. Yeah, I like that one, Dicer. I like it. Yeah, well, I mean, I have raised this issue about big D mining, right? Because this is the problem, right? You get big hits. Yeah, it's all great. But then we spend an hour pulling it up. Hey, I'm trying to make this as entertaining as possible, right? I'm trying. Well, we will be doing some Dune awakening in a bit, so I do hope a lot of you will stay on for that. What I will do is I'll change the title of the stream, and then I'll stop the stream and start the stream, and when that happens, I'll need you guys to just keep spamming F5 till the stream comes back up. But I'll let you know when that happens. But I need it to be two distinct streams, basically, so that I get two different VODs. But yeah, going into that blind, I really have no idea how to do it, how to play it. A bit like that, yeah. A bit like that. A bit like how we used to do Mayhem. Yeah, that's well, we haven't heard anything on that, have we? But I mean, that's just broken right now. Mayhem. It's just dead. I think Mayhem would work still if like I said before, the amount of tokens you get in Assault Mayhem increases significantly, because at the moment it's nothing. You get nothing. It really is bad. So if the number of tokens you get increases, that's going to be good. The other side is, like, I get the whole unlimited item thing, and I've already suggested that really the way we should be dealing with the unlimited items thing is to be making more upgrade paths. So, you know, we can get enhanced weapons, you know, such as weapons that automatically have arsonistic effects, or have slowing effects due to cryo damage, or stunning effects due to electric kind of tick over time, all this kind of stuff. And then, you know, the upgrade process to make those weapons takes unlimited items, and you know, you combine a couple of unlimited items together, you then use up unlimited items, and then the whole too many unlimited items in circulation fixes that, right? But the other way of doing the whole unlimited item thing is to actually drop them in the loot and manage them with the old school loot engine, right? So tokens get you the limited stuff. You know, and some of that limited stuff, some of those exceptional limited items are pretty damn good. But they're as good as they can be if you can get them for the tokens only. If you're buying them, you know, it's a lot of ped you're spending on a limited item, which I don't think really works. So to keep Mayhem relevant, I think there needs to be more tokens dropping in the instance. I basically all of the mobs need to be dropping tokens, not just the boss at the very end. And all of the bosses, or maybe just the main boss, I don't know, should have a chance to drop, obviously an extremely slim chance to drop an unlimited item. You know, and that keeps the incentive, doesn't it, to keep doing Mayhem, right? But the way it is at the moment, you know, I tried it for a bit, saw how few tokens I was getting, and I thought, I'm not bothering. It's not worth my time. It's really not worth my time. I don't feel like I'm working towards getting anything because I won't be able to pull an unlimited item at the end of the day. It's not worth my time. You know, but if I can do a couple of Mayhems a year, or all 3 Mayhems a year, and ultimately pull an exceptional, you know, weapon for my effort, then it's worth it. But the amount of tokens I was getting, I would never be able to pull an exceptional weapon, let alone unlimited. So, yeah. Mayhem is broken right now. So, I mean, you got two ways of dealing with it, right? You either just remove it and not bother with it, or you fix it. But we haven't heard anything since Mayhem. They haven't done the restock yet either, have they? The announcement for that is coming, what, next week? Is it next week? Check PCF. I don't want to check PCF. I don't want to keep going to the old ass forum. If there's news about it, it should be on the bloody Discord. I don't live on that damn forum anymore. I used to, when that was the only option. But Discord is just such a better platform now, really. I get it for like slightly more permanent information, that you would want to put it somewhere a bit more tangible, because obviously things on Discord it's more of just a stream of information, and unless you're pinning lots of stuff, or you know, I don't know how you do more permanent stuff really on Discord, then it doesn't work. But that's fine. But post the link to the Discord. I haven't seen it. Maybe someone's put it in main chat. I don't know. To be honest, I'm not even monitoring main chat these days. A lot of moaning going on. Yeah, everyone's like, who the is Izeus? No, I've got none. I pulled those P400 clicks that you crafted for me, and then I pulled some more. I didn't pull some more. I bought some more tokens to be able to do those clicks. And then whatever I was left with at the end, I sold. So yeah, I have 0 mayhem tokens because I have 0 interest in mayhem right now. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's just do this. Right, so that's the axe head. Oh yeah, the next one is this crappy global. Global on 120 ped drops. But it does kind of hint. It does kind of hint, and it kind of goes against what I've been saying. It does kind of hint that you know, each resource is being treated differently, but it's kind of weird because when people get the big hits, it doesn't look like that. No need to worry about the announcement. No, but it's still relevant news, right? It's still relevant news. What's more important though is if they're going to make a statement about how things are changing, right? Are they gonna change tack on mayhem or not? Because what it is right now isn't working. I don't think so. I don't think many people did mayhem this year. The last one anyway. So what are they going to do about it? And when are we going to be able to like buy pills and stuff with the leftover Twen tokens? I really don't think it's fair to leave everyone in the lurch with the Twen tokens that they've acquired. I should have sold mine, really. I should have sold mine. But I think I was probably not around at the end of Twen for a bit, and then I forgot about it. So yeah, I'm left with like 23k Twen tokens. But you know, that would mean a few pills, right? If they put some pills in there. That would help. I think it's the same as the Fen tokens, right? Because I think the Fen trader's not around anymore. And I've seen there's a shop somewhere in one of the malls, and someone's got a Fen token gold or something like that. Sat there for sale for stupid markup, but like you can't redeem that now, right? So it seems to me like they're just quite happy to go, well, we're not doing anything with those tokens, so you might as well TT them. Gee, thanks. Right, how long is this Nexus going to take us? Okay, we're nearly at 20%. People buy them? What, Twen tokens? I mean, who's buying Twen tokens? And then if people are buying Twen tokens, you have to wonder why are they buying them? And have they got information that some of us don't have? Or are they just hedging their bets? You think they're gambling? On today's episode of Blade Foil. Hey Daz, how you doing? You're on early. Day off? Or did you finish up early today? You want to stick around today, Daz? We're going to be looking at Dune Awakening later. MA was extremely reluctant to even restock the Mayhem vendor, and they're admitting they messed up bad. I would not expect anything from Twen. Well, I'm not expecting a restock with the Twen items. That would be crazy. No, I'm talking about adding pills to the Twen NPC so that we can use up the rest of the Twen tokens that lots of people have probably got sat in their inventory that they can't do anything with. It's a different situation. You know, we're talking about adding some consumable items. It's not a major deal. Really isn't. Had the week off, just building some flat pack and thought you'd tune in. Awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by. So, has one been to IKEA? Yeah, I need to pull my finger out and update my CV and get a job. Because like I said before, this is currently my job and I'm not very good at it. Yeah, the contract came to an end and I just... there's not an awful lot about at the moment, unfortunately. But I also am not helping myself by not updating my CV and making a big effort, so I need to really do that. And when I say this is my job, I'm talking about the streaming, not that I work for MindArc or any shit like that, right? Don't get it twisted. Yeah, okay. Me and Lordom, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I did, then it would be good, because then I'd have a wage. But currently, I do not. Right, how are we doing on this? 120 ped out, so... We're kind of nearly halfway with this Force Nexus. Obviously, the big one's coming up. We hit a zinc, didn't we? Next. Wait, why? Okay. Oh, there's the zinc. I thought the zinc was next. No, it was flint. Okay. It was the flint. Right, what is this? 3.26. So, a little way off the tier 4 on that one now. Mine for your supper, jobless filth. It's always good to know you got my back, Chrono. Hey, you gonna be streaming again later, Chrono? I thought your first stream kind of did all right. But yeah, you need to sort out the You need to sort out the sound isolation stuff, because you can't have music playing on track 2 and stuff like that. Yeah, you can get copyright striked for that, and then that could be the end of your channel before you've even begun. So yeah, make sure you sort that out. If you go into your if you go into the studio, right, and on the left hand, sorry, as you're looking at, on the left hand menu, yeah, there's one of the icons is called producer or video producer or whatever, and you kind of go into that, and then you can see all your VODs. And then if you click into the VOD, you can see if there's any copyright strikes on it. And if there is, just delete it. Get it gone. Yeah, just get rid of it. It's a steep learning curve getting started in this whole stuff. Getting all the nuanced bits and pieces sorted out. No, not in OBS. Sorry, so you've got the dashboard. Sorry, hang on. Hang on. What I'll do is I'll message you your link, because it's pretty much the same for everyone, right? But I'll whisper it to you if I can in game, assuming you're still logged in. Make sure I'm spelling your name right. I think that's it. So yeah, you have a dashboard, and basically that's what I do. I have the dashboard running so I can see my stream, make sure my output's okay, even though I'm not always checking it, right guys? And then you can see all like the control panels you've got there, and then you've got the activity feed, so you can see, what's going on. If you're like alerts through OBS and failing or whatever, you can still see them on the activity feed instead. And then you get a bunch of functionality in the menu on the left hand side. Yeah, I think it's video producer. Actually, no, it says content. The top level menu says content, and then under that it says video producer. There's also a copyright claims manager page as well, so you can look at it from there as well. But you'd end up having to go back to the specific VOD anyway to delete it. So I would always run that page. If you're streaming, you have that page open at all times, so you can see what's going on and also control the stream to a certain extent. Okay, how are we doing with this? We're nearly there. We're at 211 ped out of, I think it was 280 odd for this one. Let's just double check. Wait. Oh no, this is the big one. That can't be right. What? I'm confused. Huh? I am confused. This is showing up as the last thing I got, but why is it here? I'm very confused right now. Maybe I just came back too close this way. Maybe that's what happened. But I'm very confused. No, this is the big thing that I'm pulling right now. This is 1300 odd ped. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No. Okay. This was a global. That's why it's not showing up, because there's not enough people on Arkadia running Entropia Life. Entropia Tracker. Okay. That threw me. Yeah, I think this was about 288 ped, but I'm not... Yeah, because I've got 2 Force Nexus claims. That was really throwing me then. I was like, what the hell's going on? I think what I'm going to do is when this one's pulled, which should be any moment. Yeah, we're only about 32 ped off. What I'll do is I'll get to the next one and start pulling that. I'm going to make a coffee. And then I'll keep checking back. And then I'll move on to the next one. Foster's Bonds and Mike. Can't drink on stream light. So I have to open my tinny up and put it in my mug. Fake British accent. What the actual... Right. Okay. Right, I'm going to go make a coffee. Probably have to repair that mid thing. So I'll be right back. Don't go away. For the raid, Dragos. Sorry, I'm making a coffee at the minute. Thank you so much. And welcome, raiders. We are just doing some mining runs in the underground. I'm literally in the middle of making a coffee, so don't run away. I'll be back very soon. But yeah, thanks. Big thank you again to Dragos. Right, sorry about that, folks. Coffee doesn't make itself, unfortunately. Wait, what's going on? Why have I stopped? Okay. That wasn't ideal. Right, let's do a shout out to our good friend Dragos / Evie Everglades. If you're not already following Dragos, please head over to his Twitch there and give him a follow. Right, let me catch up with the chat. Yeah, Daz rocking the instant. Yeah, I do have my old coffee machine, but it needs repairing. But I just, you know, it's such a niche thing that I'm not sure many people could actually repair it. I have been in Weatherspoons, actually, Daz. You grew up in Ireland in the 70s and 80s, and instant is what you meant when you offered someone a coffee. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Ziz. I noticed when I came back. You like that view, Ziz? Nice ass. Indie support? What's indie support about? Right, how far along are we with this stuff? Oh, it's double claim, right, okay. What was the first one we did? Ba-ba-ba. Okay, so the first one was 883, I think. So we're nearly at 500 peds pulled, and this is a 913 ped claim. So another 400 odd to go. Camera hasn't gone blurry again, has it? I don't think so. Why is it so dark? It's like pretty much summer, right? And it's flipping dark already. Thank you, Great British Weather, for your thick grey clouds. 80% of the time we exist. Okay, so we should be about 1700 peds-ish mark. Right, how much more have we got to pull? So we've got the rest of this. We've got the zinc. That's only 500 ped. That won't take that long. And then it's the big one for the Force Nexus. Yeah. I don't know. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to leave that one in the ground. and then pull that later. But it does mean that the next run is also going to be a small one. What do you think, folks? I think I should leave it and then come back. You need to get back to Cali for the moment event. What for, though? Yeah, I wouldn't hunt those anyway. Well, it depends. If there's a particular mob, if there's a particular Molman maturity available in a particular spot, I will be doing that instead. Yeah, but the problem with that is right. Okay, I need to repair some shit now. That's annoying. Let's repair these guys for a minute because this is kind of higher TT stuff, right? So we can get away with it. So at least for this and the zinc, we can use the exhumer anyway. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bigger ones. The bigger boys. Maybe I'll head over. Where's the Tycho at the moment? Because if it's not Arkadia, I've got a problem. No, Yordle took it to Tulan again. No, Rainey's brought it back to Ark. Okay, so it's at Ark. It is at Ark. So we could head back to Cali. But I don't have a lot of ped to cycle, and I don't know, I'm using up the last of, I guess I'm using up the last of the P400 in the vain hope that I'm going to get a decent loot, but it's not looking promising, is it, at the moment? No. But the top of those Arkadia Underground trees look really sus. Yeah. Welcome to Entropia. I need to catch Dragos when he logs in again and just say thank you, because I've completely missed him today with that raid. That was annoying. Not annoying that I got raided, of course, just annoying I missed it. Yeah, so I think, you know, I'll do another run in here, see how we go, see how much peds we got left, and then yeah, maybe I could hop back and just see whether the bigger Molmans are there or not, because if they're not, it's not worth my time. You know, like they did with the Warlock commanders, they gate kept them behind Warlock 9s And Warlock 9s are nasty, right? They do a lot of damage. And I'm too noob to kind of, you know, really hunt them economically. So I couldn't get to the commanders. So very few people did the commanders this year. Now, if they've done the same with the Mormons, then if they've done the same with the Mormons, then it's not worth my time. Right, we're nearly there with the axe head. Right, how much ped is it we've actually pulled out here? So it was 288 force, was it? Oh no, 274. Okay, I thought it was 288. Interesting. 274, so 883 plus 274 plus 913 plus 507 zinc. That takes us to 2.5. Plus the other one, 1342 force nexus, that's up to 39. Thing is, if I'm going to go and do the Mormons, I'm going to have to hold the force nexus, right? That's a problem. I don't suppose there's any news on these starter packs either, right? I mean, that hasn't happened yet. Has it? Entropia. Not auth log out. Why? Okay. Web shop. Oh, the web shop's changed though. It's got GPay, Apple Pay added to it now. Interesting. But that's the only change so far. CAC there with the Nixarium stone, 745 ped hoff. GPay and Apple Pay have been added. That's new, right? I've clearly missed all the pieces. Yeah, because I don't go on PCF. Why is that the one true source of information? Forums kind of suck. I mean, yeah, it's like so 2001. Right? Again, I say this again, right? Why isn't this in an email? Great news. We've added Google Pay and Apple Pay to our web shop. Why haven't they added this as an email announcement? Why do they never send emails? I don't understand. Make it make sense. VU10, oh, okay, it's ages ago. So apparently the Imperial Zoological Scouts are actually referenced a long time ago, back in 2009. Right, let's get chat back. Exactly, Photon. This is what I'm saying. It's not on the loader again. Yeah. They'll post it in random Discord messages at 2 a.m. Oh my god, make it make sense. I mean, it almost feels like the person that was responsible for doing this stuff is no longer with Mindoc. So, yeah, I don't know. That's one thing I hope changes very soon. Mail shots. I mean, the mail shots has been a long time not happening, right? Like when Twen, like the biggest thing was Twen for me. The fact that Twen kicked off, and this is the same, because like I missed, I've said this many times, I missed SGA, I missed 10, I missed Fen, right? Thankfully I didn't miss Twen, but I might as well have done because I didn't get anything, right? Not a single email for any of them. Why? If I'd have received an email telling me the second golden age has started, you know, the chance to loot excellent items and all the rest of it, get involved, whatever, blah, 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 a call to action, right? In an email. If I'd have seen that, I would have logged on. Hang on, don't... Yeah, this way makes it sound way too accessible. Yeah, right. Well, someone was doing something because, you know, it seems now that posts aren't really hitting the Discord properly anymore. You looted a couple of SGA items. Yeah, I would have, oh, platinum tokens. Oh, and, sorry, yeah, LR40 Fen, right, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I know Discord is unofficial, but information was still posted there pretty quickly, pretty promptly. And now it seems to not get the info. So... like, what is going on? You want to make efforts and improve stuff and all the rest of it, and then we seem to be taking steps backwards. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you got some stuff out of that, Photon, but you know, I was really pissed off when they changed Twen to be a token fest. That really pissed me off. You know, I literally was grinding roots hard Well, as hard as I could, anyway. And then, oh yeah, we're not going to drop anything in the loot anymore. You have to farm tokens now. What the fuck? Like, we've already got mayhem. We don't need that for this as well. Okay. Yeah, tokens should never have been introduced. Exactly. People that make the effort and grind the stuff should have the chance to loot. I mean, other people have a very different opinion about the tokens. And I understand their perspective. But I just think that was shit, to be honest. Because it made something that could have been a tangible possibility turn into an impossibility, right? Exactly, Victor. That's exactly my perspective on it, is that, you know, it's far more fun if you can loot the actual thing than to grind for a bunch of tokens. Now, if we wanted to grind a bunch of tokens, we had mayhem for that, but we don't have that anymore. so that's gone now as well. I hope the last of this P400 yields a proper result, because I'm into a lot on this P400 and I've not seen anything out of it at all. Not really. It's been extremely disappointing. Let's get rid of that. But I'm excited to try out a new game. So we'll see what that yields later on. I think I'll leave the Force Nexus for now, and then we'll do another run. The formats are not the problem, it's always the way MA implements them. Fail to improperly balance it every time. Should have been limited to one pull per avatar, or soulbound. I don't know about the soulbound. I get what you're saying, and I totally get the principle around doing it that way. But I think making something like that soulbound is... It kind of goes against the whole kind of open economy kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, Photonic. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. It just breaks the whole principle of the game. And I get some things can be soulbound, right? There's a lot of contention around Viceroy being soulbound. I can understand that. However, the Regicide coat is also soulbound, and I can totally understand why that is soulbound. Right? That one kind of works being soulbound. And I think aren't the coats for the daily tokens, they're soulbound as well, right? The starter pack is soulbound, perfectly fine. Exactly. The new the new starter packs will, I think, also be soulbound, right? When they finally get here. Have you ever made the comps to make gizmos? Are you asking someone else that one? Gizmos use a bunch of materials. Yes, they do. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. The RDI backpack, is that soulbound as well, is it? Of course, yeah, I haven't seen any for sale, so yeah. It's funny that the mining backpack isn't, is it? Or is it? You can buy the backpack, right? Or can you only buy the materials to get it? Oh, right. Okay, so the mining backpack is also soulbound. Right, okay. I thought that one you could actually trade. Didn't realise. But that's fine. That's fine. I do need to get that backpack, really, but... yeah. I've not seen a big enough hit to warrant me, you know, investing in that, right? Right, how are we doing with this? 175 out of 507. We're getting there. We're getting there. Viceroy made no sense to be soulbound. Yeah. Yeah. Like, do you think if they turn around now and say, we're making Viceroy not soulbound anymore, do you think that fixes Viceroy? Do you think that fixes the proposition that Viceroy is? Or do you think it's just the same? I kind of feel like it's just the same, to be honest. Are the Comfy Wumpy soulbound? I don't think they are, because someone was selling them, right? I think someone was selling a pair of Comfy Wumpies. Yeah, I think, was it Nana trying to sell them for 5k? Yeah, yeah. Again, this comes back to what I'm saying, is that, you know, I just feel like it just seems... Oh, reach level 42 minor. Very nice. It just seems that they got these planet partners to sign up, and then they seem to shaft them at every turn. And it's like, that's not how you build a business relationship. By selling someone an opportunity and then endeavouring to treat the relationship in a bad way. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? You only hurt the proposition for both. They already said that there's going to be no upgrades for Viceroy. They already said that. So I'm told. What time are you planning on doing June? Just going to lurk and sort the kids out. Okay. I don't know. We'll see how this next mining run goes. I really am playing it by ear right now. Also, I need to make sure... that the game isn't going to, like, try and dox me this minute I start it. So... so... I might have to kind of... I don't know. I don't know how I can check. You know how, like, some games want you to kind of sign up and link accounts and all the rest of it? I just... How's it going to do that? Does it have a client loader instead? I have no idea. Hey Gality, how you doing? Welcome into the chat. The mining runs, well, we had a crappy one and then we had a good one, so it's been fair, shall we say. We've got 1,342 ped of Force Nexus in the ground, which we're going to leave there for now, just for now. So we can do another run without boring everyone to tears with me pulling that up. I really need to see a big one at this point, and it's not happening, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. you know, I should have had a decent multi on this mining by now, and it just hasn't happened. So something is up with that. One of the reasons something soulbound is that 100% of player base can get the item. There is no balance the amount of set of... Yeah, that is true. That is true. But it also comes back to, I mean, what Photon was saying, what I was saying about the fact that that goes against the principle of the game as a whole, about it being an economy sandbox, right? It's not a sandbox game, it's an economy sandbox. There's a very, very distinct difference there. Like, I've heard people describe Entropia as being a sandbox game, and it's not a sandbox game. It's a sandbox economy game. It's a very distinct difference. And I think people should be careful when they say sandbox in relation to Entropia Universe. Not sure why MA did not allow to extend the Viceroy chain. It was introduced pre-loot 2.0. I think one of the things is that the armor goes to 1% crit chance, right? Now, if you add a couple more upgrades to that, where's that going to go, right? And I think they don't want to make an overpowered armor. I think that's probably where they wanted to go with that. They didn't want, because it's already got like 20% evade chance as well. So where do you go from there? Right, how do you upgrade something that's actually, if you look at it, is quite strong, apart from the fact that it doesn't have a huge amount of protection. Yeah, but that's what I mean. There's already Perf Imperium, right? But if you look at how you get Perf Imperium, it's a lot more involved than how you would get Viceroy. Now, you could say to upgrade Viceroy furthermore, you know, it's a lot more work to get the organ, and the perfected tier. Maybe you manage it like that, but then I think it seems like what they've done is they've gone down, oh, let's just create a new armor. It's IFN Spec Ops, and each stage of the base armor pieces are going to cost you 150k ped cycled. So what's, let's say 90%, not 95%, because I don't think 95% is truly achievable for everyone. So 150k, 90% of that is, so hang on. So it's 15,000 ped for each piece of the base armor. That's what it's going to cost you. And that's not factoring in the fact that some of the land areas you're being forced to do this in are 5% text. So you're looking at even more than that for each piece of the base IFN Spec Ops. Mod Viceroy is a great armor. I think the problem Viceroy is now suffering with is that, like, adjusted or improved Imperium is probably a better way to go these days, right? Because you can then go from improved to mod to org to perf, right? You've got an ongoing upgrade chain. And now you've got Hyperion armor in the mix, and when you get to adjusted Hyperium, it's better than, technically it's kind of better than, in terms of just protection, it's better than Viceroy mod, I think. If not, it's the improved version. And when you get the improved version, you're getting some buffs. They're different buffs, right? You don't get the evade chance and stuff, but I think you get the evade on the evade on the Imperium, right? And also the Imperium is slightly different. You don't get crit chance, you get crit damage, right? So that's a little bit different. So with all these other bits and pieces involved, and the fact that you can actually get crit chance up to 5% using other things quite a bit more easily, it's making the Viceroy a little less relevant. However, I wouldn't completely write off Viceroy, because to get 5% crit chance, you're looking at investing in other things to a fair degree, right? Either that's rings, that's special sights and stuff like that, and that's potentially a more significant outlay than the Viceroy armor itself. So I don't say Viceroy is completely dead. I still feel it's kind of relevant if you're working on a tighter budget and you gradually build up each piece by piece, right? Why no melee sights? Yeah. It doesn't quite work, does it? Yeah, the melee kind of lucked out there a bit, didn't it, with the whole crit chance and crit damage stuff. So yeah, if you're looking at working on a budget, I personally think Viceroy is a better choice, because you can work on it very slowly, you can get each piece gradually, and ultimately you end up with Mod Viceroy, and Mod Viceroy is pretty good. It is pretty good, and if you can tier it up as well, you know, you've got an adept piece of kit, although it's going to cost you in like armor enhancements. Spikes. It's just randomly saying spikes dice, alright? What's that referring to? Danzo, welcome to the stream. Right, I'm gonna go back and we'll load up for another run. I think I'll go down that back edge. I've got to remember to go. Is that what you're saying about the spike? To get to the right place. Oh, spikes for melee. Right, okay. Yeah, I don't know how you solve that with the melee, really. I don't know. Because you've got the trauma amps and then you've got the matrix amps. I mean, what are we looking at? We have to attach even more stuff, which means opening up the possibility to be able to attach more stuff. I'll leave that there because I need the hoverboard. Right, let's TT this stuff, not recycle. No, that's the wrong thing. This one. In it goes. 2.5k, 2580. Let me repair my kit. No, not that one. This one. Okay. Right. So we've now got 2.5k pretty much. So let me calculate how many actual drops I get out of that. 2550 divided by 120 gives us 21 again. So 21 by 120 equals 2520. 2520. There we go. Right. I think this is kind of it, guys. If this goes real bad, we've got 1300 ped in the ground, and then I guess we go back to Cali and try a couple of well, we'll see if the proper Molmans are there. If they're not there, then I'm not bothering. Right, so here's the big spike. So we're going to go just about here. I think that's us. And then we'll kind of go down to the back corner and then back again, I guess. See how far we go. But, yeah, here it is. Let's get this guy out. Get him skilling up some more. Bang. Right. Come on. We need to see a tower this time. Really do. 500 ped Lider with something else. What else did we get? Oh, 1,191 ped of flint axe. That was not bad. That wasn't a bad hit. The unlimited matrix things have scope side effects, do they? I'm about to go hunt some Mulak. Spina tier 2 AP66 impact. Loads of the impact. That was a nice hit. That was a nice hit. Okay, mobs everywhere. Let's drop that there and then just run around this. They've got fairly low aggro. It's 120 ped per. 120 ped per. So we're into this run for 2.5. What are we at already? We're at 1.5. Well, 1.7, I would say. 1.7. So we need another 800 peda, really. And there's 935 fossil tooth. We are more than break even now. Can we hit a triple tower? I don't think that's possible. I don't think the system can do that. Could we hit any tower at all? That would be helpful right now. Any tower would be helpful. So we're just a bit over break even on this run. We've got 12 more drops after this one. And that's a 457 ped list. Not list. Not like this. I need a bigger tool now. That's a bit personal, Dan. Come on. That's not what this stream is about. 593 ped fossil tooth. You need bigger amps and a P2000. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Ziz, I think so. P400's just not big enough. Oh, have you, Sev? Show us in the... Don't show us in the chat. No, don't. Just don't. Okay? Just don't do it. I think this thing works better without amps, if I'm honest. The amps seem to nerf it a bit. Right, come on. Tower. Please, a tower. Show us. Oh my god, Sev. Sev. That's not a tower. That's something else. Oh my god. Jeez. What the hell? What kind of liquid is that? What? See, that's Daz's fault. Enabling. Enabling. Yeah, going up the Aris for a PP. Wait. That came out wrong. Right, there's been a lot of NRF now. I don't think we're getting another hit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing another hit, to be honest. Be nice, but I don't think so. Yeah, thought as much. Okay. So, no towers. Again. Now, let me... So that's the vast. Now, there's some list here. I don't want really... List is annoying. Yeah, this one was good. A little bit of profit. Say a little bit. I mean, in context of the cost of the drops, right? What's this one? Fossil tooth. Oh no. Fossil tooth. No. Oh god. Ew. Anyone want to buy some claim? Can you actually trade these claims? Are they actually tradable? Not tradable. Because there's no hint that they're not tradable. I mean, you know, you wouldn't see markup on them because they're variable, right? It's annoying. Okay, this is not a good one to pull. I'm just thinking I need to go and get... Hang on. No, I don't want to do that. I can teleport, right? You can't teleport in the underground. Jesus. You can teleport on Foma, which is indoor, but you can't teleport in the underground. Hang on a minute. Oh. I went past another claim there, and I don't know whether I cleared its thing or not. I need to get my Miner's Delight, basically. I've left that in storage. I'm running out of those as well. But, I mean, you know, again, this harks back to what I was saying to Socrates, that this whole mining bit is kind of a problem because now I've got to spend hours pulling all of this stuff. Well, not hours, but you know what I mean. It's going to take a while to get this stuff up. Look at that rubber banding. Okay. Jerry, are you still here? Because I realise I'm still on Ark and I need to see you on Aris. Right, storage. Here we go. Let me just grab this. I've only got 6 of them left. Not good. Yeah, but yeah, I just saw you log out. That's why I asked. Yeah, I need to get over to Aris. But I think I'm gonna head over and see if the proper Mormons are there or not. Oh, for goodness sake. Really? There had to be a thing sat there, didn't there? Okay, that's good. What are you doing hitting me so often? Get out of here. What the hell? Evade turned off? What the hell's going on? This is the bit that annoys me, right? I can do something like this, and if this thing hoffs, I'm screwed, right? Because it's a wasted multiplier. Okay. Thankfully, it wasn't a multi. Right. Right. Let's get this guy out. Let's do this. Right, Lidocon is, I think, a big pull, so let's use the Exhumer on that. Yeah, 750. Lidocon is nice. We like Lidocon. I don't know about Lidocaine, I've never had it. A different thing. You kind of need armor. What, against a level 40 odd Togo? Nah. Not even 40 odd, was it? 28. Maybe a 31? What was it? 28 Guardian. It was a dominant. Alpha's only 35. I think it was like a 31. Shouldn't need armor at this point. So this should pull up in not very long. It was like... let me check. Lidocon. It was 553 ped, so this won't take very long at all to pull up. It's already at 243. This is what I want to see. If your drop cost is much bigger, this is the kind of resource it should be finding, not friggin' list and fossil tooth, force nexus. See, look, by the time I get there's going to be no loot left on these Mormons anyway, right? So it's going to be pointless. Hang on a minute, what's this other window I've got open? Oh, it's that. Okay. I mean, that fossil tooth was only 600 ped, so it shouldn't take that long to pull, but it's still annoying nonetheless. The axe head is good, because that's 1191 ped, but axe head pulls at about... If I'm using the 105, it pulls it up to like 2 ped a pop, so that's much better. Oh, we've got another fossil tooth though. That's 900 ped. Yeah. Big mining needs a big fix. Moles haven't started popping properly yet. I mean, there's been a lot of 4 digits already, right? Any idea why sound stopped working on Aris? It's been broken since day one, Raimi. Been broken since day one. What you need to do is you need to go into options. I'll show you. You need to go into options, go to sound. Yep, go into sound, and then where it says disable sounds, you just need to toggle it off and then back on. You don't even need to hit apply, really. But you can if you want. It stopped the mining claim noise. That's interesting. That's an interesting hack. Workaround. What? This ass? Photon? This one? Hey, you shouldn't have said anything. Now you can hear your Hoff. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Entropia's ass. Are they? They're not particularly, you know, Korea's not that sensitive, are they? I mean, they quite happily have scantily clad ladies in their games. So I think we're all right. I think there are other regions in the world that would be a bit more sensitive to such things. Yeah, but still, it's not like it's proper, you know, proper nudity. I didn't actually pop that Miner's Delight, did I? I'll probably save it, though, for when I actually start doing the other resources, because they're going to take a bit of time, unfortunately, guys. Sorry. I think what I'll do... because I've got 2 claims over 1,000 ped. Right? I think what I'll do, assuming the Tycho is still in Ark, which it is, I think what I'll do is I'll leave the 2,000 pedders. So Fossil Tooth. So we're at the Axe Head right now. Fossil Tooth is the next one. So it's that one there. So these two are 1,000 ped, over 1,000 ped, right? And then I can pull up the rest of the stuff, and then that gives me some ped to kind of play around with against the Molmans, but I really don't see me staying there for very long, to be honest. We'll see if the big ones are there or not. But yeah, if they're not there, I'm not really bothered. Because I don't see the point. They don't, like, what are they, is there anything decent, unlimited, that any of them drop? Because I don't know that there is. So it's just about, it's just about bigger globals, isn't it, really, at the end of the day? I mean, you can, there's probably some limited stuff that they drop, limited Mind Force chips. But that's really, like, the Molmans, they don't really drop a great deal, right, in that regard. Not decent stuff. You know, they drop that adjusted blooming cryo one. There's not really much to write home about, to be honest. But the Mulaks and the Muluk here may drop some higher chips, but I really just, I just don't remember what they drop. Unlimited ped loss, absolutely. Absolutely. All of the ped loss. Right, how are we doing with this poll? It's taken a while. I think I might switch to the other tool. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this now. Switch to the 105. There we go. And then we're pulling now 192, 186, 222. Yeah. So we're getting bigger pulls now. I mean, I do need the backpack. I do need a Yog Horror, not a Yog Hatchling. And I do need an Imp Extractor or whatever. But, you know, without any significant numbers coming out of the ground, that ain't happening. You know, what am I supposed to do? You know, the P400 itself cost me a lot of ped. And, you know, I'm not getting that back. Right? Mulak drop the Nano Chip 11. Electric Nano Chip 11. Right. And A204. Yeah, the 204 is really rare. It's been a year, though. It's been a year since one of those dropped. But honestly, I don't see me looting anything like that. I seem to be on the budget tier loot list. I can only loot lower end stuff. I don't know why that is, but it just is. Right, how are we doing here? 200 odd paired. This was how much again? Oh, this was okay. I was going to leave this one, but it's a bigger pull, so I'm not going to bother. Maybe the 935 fossil tooth is the one that I leave. I was getting myself confused there. So I'll pull this, and I'll pull the list and the smaller fossil tooth, and then I'll leave the bigger fossil tooth. But I've got to remember to come back for it. So yeah. So that's the claim I've got set aside, is the 935 ped. Right, I can't see chat. So, because I don't want to sit here all day pulling stuff. So we're going to pull that one. We're going to pull that one. Well, we're pulling that one right now. What's this one? And yeah, we're going to pull that one as well. Let's clear. Don't really need to remember that one for a minute. Just clear these off a minute. Wait, remove, and then that's what I'm doing right now. So we'll just mark these two. They're right down the other end. Infernal Bliss, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, so I'll pull these and then I'll swing by Callie. And then we'll see if the big Mormons are there. I don't know how I'm going to tackle them, to be honest. I could do that. And do that. And that, then that. There we go. Yeah, so I'll have to see. Because at the end of the day, the biggest range thing I've got is the ML35, but it's not an awful lot of damage per second. So I'm not sure how this is going to go. No, I'm not doing those. I'm not doing those, Photon. It's not what I'm coming back for. You'll see. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a very economical excavator, is it? This is the problem. I am tearing it up though, which is kind of, you know, it's making it better each time, but hey Tsunade, how you doing? Welcome back. I guess the mining's been going okay, to be honest. But I think we're probably due a bit of a downturn on that now. So I'm going to pull up the smaller claims. I'm going to leave a couple in the ground. But I need to make sure I come back for them. So I've got just under 3 days for that one, but this one's 2 days. So hang on a minute. That's the other way around. This one's just under 3 days. This one's just under 4 days. But I've got to make sure I come back for them. I'll probably come back for them later today. We're going to swing by to Callie after I pulled up a couple of things. And then we'll see if the big Molmen are there. If they're not... if they're not, then I'll just peace out. And then I think what I'll do is I'll probably fly back, pull resources, and then we'll start looking at Dune Awakening. I don't have an awful lot left of this P400, unfortunately. It's nearly dead. And once again, I've used... at this point, I have used 3 P400s and 1 P160. And in all of that, I've had 1 tower. Why? Exactly, Nath. Where are they? Something's not right. Something's very much not right. Yeah. You consider the cycle, the loss, the cost per click, the amps I've gone through. Something ain't right. Right, how are we doing with this? 700 odd ped. About 400 ped to go on this one. Now, see, there's another 4-digit looter. Isn't that this guy's literally just got a 4-digit Baffagox. Hey, look, 3k looter elite, and now another looter elite 4-digit. There you go, 1358. They're doing all right, aren't they? Happy hour for them. Okay. We're just under 800 now. Nearly there. Yeah, I kind of hoped I would see, you know, a decent loot from this all this mining stuff. And there's a 13.8k Raider Elite right there, 5-digit. They're just done. There's a 5-digit just gone. There you go. Should I bother coming back? Or should I just carry on mining now? Or should I just cut it and then go to June Awakening? Right, we're at 900 ped with this one now. This was 1191. 1191. So just under 300 ped to go. What, today? No. No, I haven't hit anything. Really. Not really. When I say things like that, it's in context of the drop costs involved, right? And the cycle. Because obviously I've hit lots of hops, right? What I am finding really odd is, I don't know, Underground seems a bit different. Like, on FOMA, the end matter hits very rarely were just globals. Very rarely. But in Underground, it's quite often just a global. Now, I don't know if that's just me being a little bit unlucky with the hit sizes and the mining HOF list being healthy, or whether Underground's hit rate versus modifier is different to FOMA, which would be interesting. But, you know, I'm not analysing hit rate. I think I'd have to use just standard gear for that. And use the mining tool. Logically, they should be exactly the same. Well, yeah, you'd think, but yet the hit sizes are different. It could be. No. Well, no. I think foam is slightly under 5%, isn't it? Whereas here it's 5% on the nose. So maybe the tax is doing it? I don't know. It depends on where you are. Main arena is more than 5. Is it? Is it? I hadn't really noticed that. I mean, the domes seem to be all kind of different values, to be honest. But they're all around the 5% mark. It's just some are like 475 or something like that, right? But I mean, the underground is 5% on the nose. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth coming back for Cali now. Now 5 digits already popped. You know what? I will go back. I'll just to see if the big ones are there or not, right? If anything else. Just to see. Right, are we nearly done? Yeah, we're nearly there. 50 ped, 70 ped to go. It sounds like they might be there. So we'll see. Now, what I don't know is what's my effective range at the minute. AcQ. So we're running all... Oh, that's that one done. Okay. Right, we'll swing down for the other two now. Where's my range? I need to remember to get my boxes out of the storage before we go. So we've got another claim around here somewhere. Here it is. That's the fossil tooth. That's the one I'm going to leave for now. Gonna wait. Yep. As soon as you stop. There we go. Right. So this is the Listerium. Yawn. Yawn. I'm going to use the big guy and try and get this up as quickly as we can, but unfortunately, you know, I'm gear limited at the moment. This is as quick as I can go. But I think the big ones are actually there, so we'll see. Yeah, list is so dull. It takes so long to pull. As well as Fossil Tooth, it's another one. We really do need a better solution for this. Anyway, we've been gaining nice skill because obviously doing the treasure as well. We've been gaining some kind of treasure extraction skills, so that's kind of nice. Treasure sense is up to 3k now. Artifact preservation is at 3k. So that's cool. Archaeological laws at 1100 now. Precision artifact extraction 1600. Those two don't matter. So yeah, it's just what's the actual? I think it's treasure sense, which is the main, or is it? What's the main one for actually finding? It must be treasure sense. I think it's treasure sense, because that's the biggest one I've got. The treasure. I don't know. The description doesn't help. An innate sense of the value of an archaeological find. It's not... It doesn't say anything about being able to find archaeological resources, does it? Yeah, the ability to properly preserve an artifact once extracted. So that's the extraction skill. And then this is the unlock, I think. Precision artifact extraction. The ability to precisely extract an artifact with minimal damage. I mean, these description makes it sound like it's, you know, an important thing, but it's not really. It's no different to anything, any other kind of without it, right? It's just the same. Archaeological lore. Accumulated knowledge of artifacts of all shapes, sizes, and rarities. I'm not sure which one that one... That must be for finding. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't be asked to look it up. But, nonetheless, we have acquired quite a bit of extra skill while we've been doing the treasure. We hit 320 HP the other day, thanks to all this mining. My face is blocking the skill. Okay, sorry about that. I can't see it because Discord is blocking OBS. Digging with a toothbrush, yeah. But yeah, this needs to come up by quite a lot. We're only at level 31 treasure hunter. And that on top of that is that prospector and surveyor are only around, you know, 46 and 44 respectively. And the P400 is like min requirement of 60. It doesn't affect, it doesn't seem to really affect the returns. Because, you know, I've had good runs as well as bad runs, right? So it doesn't really affect things that way. It just makes it slower, and I can't find slightly rarer stuff. But the thing is, with a P400, you're less likely to find rarer stuff anyway because of the higher TT input cost. You know, so it really feels all about the kind of input cost, right? And hitting a multiplier thereof. Right, how are we doing? 122 bed. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. This is a problem. This is a problem. The amount of time you have to sit here pulling the stuff. It doesn't scale well, right? I think, I mean, how do you solve it, really? How do you solve it? I think one thing you can do is, right out of the gate, is just up the amount of material you can get. So this is like 1 peck per rock, yeah? And I think if I'm not buffed, like the minimum pull size is, what, about 30 peck? So, like, times 30? There's a skill you have still at 0. Which one's that then, Raimi? And I think if you just up that minimum of 30 to, say, 60, it would obviously change the pull of everything above it, right? Is that a massive problem? I don't know. But, you know, like someone pointed out in the chat the other day, is that, well, if you do that, then you kind of lower the applicability of improved finders, adjusted finders, mod finders, etc., right? Hi LS, how are you doing? Welcome into the chat. Okay, that one, Raimi. Yeah, I get that. I get that. No, we're almost, well, not, I mean, we still got a way to get through level 69, but we're almost at level 70 looter, animal looter. I do need to work on mutant and robot a bit more, though. They are languishing. How's it going, LS, anyway? Are you, pulling any more unlimited Molude graduates? Oh, Yordle looted one. I thought you looted. Okay. I thought you got them as well. Oh, you looted too. Oh, but Yordle got one as well now. Okay. I couldn't find one. I did a few runs, but I couldn't find one. I saw some, you know, some guff about the premium prestige instance. What is it? Is it premium or prestige instance or something like that? What were they going on about? I wasn't really paying much attention to it. I guess so. It's all opened up now, right? Because I think I saw Hallie was doing it. But I thought there was an update to it or something, or they changed something. I saw there was some kind of post anyway. Right, 214 ped. Right, how much of this list is there? 457, so we are almost halfway with the Listerium. Oh, so the legend is where you're up doing the improved Baraka. Have you got a link to the improved Baraka we can share with all? Thank you. There we go. Thank you. So this is the stats on improved Baraka, if you haven't seen them already. You've got 19 impact, 23 stab, 20 cut. So some pretty solid ICS there. And then we're looking at 11 burn and 15 penetration. Which is, you know, it's good entry level kind of bot protection there. And then there's 6 electric as well to boot. And then we get buffs. So a full set of improved. Hang on a minute, because it's not telling us. It's not telling us how many pieces. So is it 357? I guess it is, but it's not really saying. Normally, it says in a bracket. It says in a bracket how many pieces you need to get each pairing, but let's assume 357, right? So at 3 pieces, you're looking at 10% evade, 10% dodge. At 5 pieces, you're looking at 15 and 15, and a full set, you're going to have 20 evade, 20 dodge. So it's got set buffs as well, so that's good to know. And if you like the red and black, then that's going to be good, isn't it? Because you got some half decent armor that's in red and black, and you're not having to deal with, was it vampire or right? Because Marshall's all red. Matches a Tesla perfectly. There's purple on the Tesla. Sorry, bear with me. So yeah. I didn't manage to find any of the base armor while I was there either, to be honest. It's so hard lately. Legend does seem to drop them too, though. So you could just grind Legend. Is there like a... How do you get in Legend? Is it like a cost to get in, or is it... Does it kind of go the same as the other one, where you can just kind of keep going in, if you know what I mean? Q-Hoff Legends key. Okay. Oh, key ring, key glass, key chip. Okay. So I know I've got some of that. I think maybe glass and maybe ring, but not chip. Yeah. It's just difficult, really. It's difficult to kind of divide your time up to do it, right? When you've got so many other things on your plate. Because, like, you know, a lot of this other stuff is super grindy as well. It would have been nice to have looted a Malud Graduate Unlimited, but sadly I just don't think that can happen for me. I don't know what's going on with my account, but I just can't seem to find stuff lately. God, this is it's such a snooze fest, isn't it? This pulling business. Like from an entertainment perspective, it's just really difficult because I can't just keep dropping and then spend 2 days pulling everything because there's just not enough bankroll for that. 3.3 on the 105 now. Is it the game or your avatar that is getting bad loot? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but you know, some people don't seem to struggle finding stuff at all, and other people never see stuff. I have seen some stuff, you know, to be fair, but you know, when I go after it, you know, like I I ground out summer migration last year. I was on that like so much, and I could not find one of those bloody BGH weapons. I was cycling a lot of ped doing that. yeah, I did find the summer ring 2020, but that's a different, it's kind of a different, I class that as a different kind of thing because it comes out of the strong boxes. It's a bit different, a bit weird. 0 rare items in 18 years. That's not good, Raimi. It's not good. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like it's a different dynamic, the strong boxes. How am I getting to that? Yeah, this way. But I, you know, like I said the other day, I pulled a Hazen helmet. Sadly, it was an F, not an M, but, you know, it is what it is. I pulled the RDI, but that's a consumable, so I don't really class that as the same kind of loot. And I guess I did find a Combustive 7, but it's a low value item, right? It's not a really high value item. It's not particularly rare, right? Let's go to tier. I suppose they go for about a K, I guess. Yeah, this one's tier 3 now. I don't know whether they still fetch a K now, to be honest with you. We'll see. But previous to that, I think was a long time ago, I found some angel shins, and that's been really about it. So I haven't really found an awful lot. And yet other people find stuff like every BU. Right? And it's like, what is going on with that? Right, that's the Listerium done. Let's go and get this fossil tooth, and then we'll head to Cali. One more resource, guys. One more resource. There we go. Let's see what we can find. I know one of the big guys is there. I just don't know if both of them are there. So we'll see. We'll see. Now, where are my range enhancers? Not on that. Maybe I've got them in a box. Those are Accus. Okay, this is dead. I need to TT it. I must have put them in a box. But yeah, I'm going to need them, I think. Maybe. But yeah, my damage per second is going to be an issue for the task I intend. Hopefully they're there. Hopefully they're in the spot they used to be. We shall see. Is this going any quicker than the other? I don't think it is it? It's about the same. Yeah, so this one's like... Yeah, this one's nearly 600 ped. We're just coming up on... Well, 50 ped, but we're nearly at 10% basically. Right, I want to see if there's a video on. I'm gonna see. Let me. Right, let's do it this way. Okay. Let's see if there's a. Why is Bear using a B50? Interesting. Okay. What do I want to find? June Awakening. Initial start. Will that find it? No, that's not really finding it. Game start up. Maybe that finds something. Basically, I just want a raw kind of video of how June Awakening starts. I just want to check it's not going to try and dox me the minute I get into it. This one could be it. Is that? What is that? Sorry, I'm just looking at a video, but it's not really showing me a great deal. And there's picture in picture, which is kind of throwing me like, what's that all about? Yeah, that's not helpful, really. I'm not really finding any videos there. Is T's logged on? Because I know T's has played the beta. No. Send him a message on Discord, so hopefully he can... Where's it? Here he is. Okay. Yeah, so what I don't want to do is start streaming it and then it just basically docks me. Yeah, I haven't grabbed that. I haven't even looked for it, to be honest. Haven't really looked for it, but I mean that's more Bear's thing, really. I know Jeffy was doing it as well. I think I probably want to do something different for you guys. I need to really look into that. Anything worthy looting from the Verderons? Well, Verderon eyes. I don't know about the skin. Not sure what that's used in. I'm assuming... Well, no. I don't know what it's used on. It might be used on one of the other blueprints that you get from the voucher terminal. I'm not really sure. Verd skin is used in Venaris, is it? Okay. It's good to know. I didn't realise. Eyes for weapons. Thank you, Lawspade. And Photon. Skin is still 320%. This is why I say, like, if you're a low-ish end player with little... Oh, Icewind getting a 900 peta there. Send him a message, because he's not in my stream, is he? Naughty boy. Hey, Grumpy. 200 pet cycled, you got one skin. I think the problem is you're looking at too low a level at the moment. But that said, you know, I think there's a lot of scope for people, even if they haven't got any real hopes of getting the highest tier of the Hyperion armor, but they can certainly, you know, maximize on getting some of the resources that we need to kind of make weapons and all the rest of it, and selling that for a bit of markup. Only a times 20 multi, that's right. Big numbers. You can take a hint, you're a noob. You're not that much of a noob. I think the problem you've got is you just lack... You lack certain gear, I think. Because you're like level 60, aren't you? Ish? Somewhere around there? You don't need to confirm. Around there somewhere. The weapons are not selling too good. No, they're not. They're not, because the markup inputs are a bit crazy at the moment. You know, things will settle down a bit. There will still be some markup on the materials, though. It's going to calm down a lot more than 300%, 600%, all the rest of it, right? Yeah. I think there's an understanding that needs to be had, is that those new Hyperion weapons last quite a while. So, you know, they're better than our Matrix at the same level, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like they do more DPS at the same level as an R Matrix weapon, right? So, like, the PP60 seem to do an awful lot more DPS. Maybe I'm wrong. They last about twice as long as our Matrix, yeah. So I think, yeah, 160 is a hard sell to anyone, really, you know, because you don't get that back, right? The markup never comes back. But our Matrix run around 140%, depending on the, you know, depending on the level of the item, I guess. I think some of that is down to, it's down to like how many people are at a certain level as well, because it creates a demand at a particular level, which makes it harder to find the particular R Matrix you're looking for. That can tend to kind of drive the markup up a bit. And then leave the others either side running a little bit lower. Although they can only go as low as the input materials, right? But you know, the fact that they do last longer than the R Matrix is a benefit. So it's, I think there's an element of communicating that to people, that they will last longer than R Matrix. So if you can get hold of a Hyperion weapon instead of an R Matrix weapon, then do that. The other thing is that what we're looking at with the Hyperion stuff is its plasma, gauze, one-handed, two-handed clubber, and power fist. These are not popular skills, right? They're not laser, they're not blip, they're not long blade, they're not short blade, right? These are not popular skills. And so, oh, Send just got a nice one there. 1k cumbrits. And so it's it's kind of a little bit of a harder sell in that respect, because you know, a lot of people might be like, well, if I go and get a plasma pistol or a plasma rifle or whatever, right, I have to go lower than my main skill level, which means I'm dropping DPS. Now that might be what's driving the slightly increased DPS ability of these new weapons, so that the step down isn't so great. Yeah, higher efficiency. Some of them have good DPP, some of them are kind of meh. Well, I mean, I think there's availability, because you've got a whole bunch in your shop, right? I've got a couple that I haven't even bothered trying to sell yet. Whether I will sell them or not, I don't know. I might just skill on them. I don't know. But I think, you know, some of it's just comfort zone, right? You know, going to a different skill. Some people, like, if you're trying to work your way to commando and you're like high laser skill, it doesn't really make much sense to then go, oh, I'm going to start using a gauze rifle now, because you're not going to help yourself get to commando. Not really. So there is kind of, you know, that element as well that you need to kind of cater for. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one, really. But they are nice weapons, and I think that's just really the message that needs communicating a bit more, is that the weapons are actually nice. They sell good at 155. Yeah, 55% is still a lot though, isn't it? You know, I get it's not cheap to make them, because I've made some myself, you know. I know the input costs are there. But until those input costs kind of reduce a bit, you know, the guns are kind of stuck in this place where they're a little bit too pricey for mere mortals to pick up and play with. You know, I think if they settle in around the same money that the R Matrix go for, like 140-ish, I think you've got a solid proposition there. But the input materials need to kind of come down a bit, and they'll only come down a bit if the input materials start dropping a bit more than they are at the moment. Now, I imagine there's some balancing going on, like some active balancing. So they'll be looking at, you know, this stuff, and they'll be looking at the sales of the stuff as well, and they'll be trying to understand, well, why aren't they shifting and stuff like that. And I imagine there'll be some slider tweaking over the months. Yeah, but I mean, farming the materials, like if you're trying to do the clicks yourself and you try and farm all the materials yourself, you kind of you're into loss straight away, right? You're into loss straight away, because whatever the markup is on these things, it's still cheaper than going to try and find it yourself, because you will lose more hunting to get the same amount of materials, in my opinion. That's why, for the Zaparis armor, that's why I bought all the chitin. There's no way I'm sitting there hunting, you know, Spina scouts, like the mid-level ones. There's no way I'm grinding those for, you know, 60 chitin a day or whatever it is, right? When I need over 1,000 of them. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I mean, that's fine if it's happening incidentally and, you know, you get to click some BPs at the end of the day eventually. But if you were going out trying to get your clicks sorted, then, yeah, you're making a rod for your own back, right? But if you're just chilling and just kind of gathering the stuff, then, yeah, that works out better, right? I put a whole bunch of blueprints up on the Aris auction, but I think only one of them's gone so far. You can farm 200 to 250 spina chitin per hour. Yeah, but the thing is, right, you have to consider what you're doing, right, compared to what everyone else can do. You know, you're running either the BGH 120 or the blip rifle, the glinting, right? You're running 2,000 ped per hour at least, fully buffed, probably. Do you know what I mean? You're going hell for leather to get 200 and 200, between 200 and 250 spina chitin per hour. There's a huge amount of cycle cost there. There's a huge amount of stim cost there. Not everyone else can do that. And I could spend an hour on budget stims running around, you know, 1,000 to 1,500 DPS. Sorry, 1,000 to 1,500 ped per hour with my DPS. And only get around 100 in an hour, right? And then you factor in how much loss you're making per run. Rings and candy canes are your buff, are they? Okay. I mean, that's fair if you're doing that. But you're still higher DPS than I am. Which is still a higher cycle cost. But yeah, I don't seem to find them in that kind of quantity, you see. So, and other people will get even less. So, you know, if you need, like I did, like 15, I think it was like maybe about 1,600 chitin to do 10 clicks in 7 pieces. It's a lot of chitin. A lot. Yeah, this is dull, isn't it? Right, how are we doing here? 380. So over halfway, I think. Yeah, this is pretty dull doing this. But we're nearly there, and like I said, I'll leave the other 2 claims in the ground for now, and then we'll head back to Cali, check out whether the big molemen are there. If they are, we'll try a few and see how that goes. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If it looks crap, then I'm just going to head back. If I'm honest, I'll just head back. Back to Ark. And finish out the rest of the P400 if I can. If the peds allow. Yeah, I don't know what they can do about this, but this is just painful. And it kind of just forces you to buy, you know, a 20k ped extractor. Which, you know, I'm not seeing the justification for here because I've run through 3 P400s and the biggest hit I've had is 7k. And heaps of loss. So, you know, There's no big numbers coming out of the ground, so what is the point of me getting an improved excavator? What is the point of me stumping up for the backpack when I'm not getting the benefit? It's nie good enough. Well, I spoil you with my terrible Scottish accent. I I watched there's a new thing on Netflix called Department Q. I actually found it quite interesting, quite entertaining to watch. It's like a detective series based in Scotland. I think for some people not in the UK, you might need some subtitles in places. Because there are some broad Scottish accents in there. And it's some very blue language. Very, very blue language a lot of the way through the series. Daiso enjoyed it. Yeah. Yeah, I found it good, actually. I found it good. I think it hit better than the Redux of Bergerac, unfortunately. Which I'm kind of sad about. I hoped Bergerac would be better than it hit. I mean, I found the Bergerac series interesting, entertaining, but it was kind of, I don't know, it just didn't really hit the mark as well as I hoped, so I don't know if there's going to be another series of that or not. Probably not, but we'll see. Right, how are we doing now? 440 odd ped. We are getting there. How much? Yeah, we've got a bit of life left on that. I've got this SK80 I need to put on auction as well. I can't remember what dropped that now. Something on Aris. It was... Oh, it was Mortarex, wasn't it? Mortarex dropped the SK80. Now, I find that interesting, actually, because, you know, the Mortarex, with the right protection, an SK80 actually works quite well against them, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm not thinking about it right, but I think... Let's have a look at the interval on it again. Yeah, 68 to 91, that's... You know, obviously it's slow. But again, it's one of those things where if you're not punching too much above your weight, you know, and you've got reasonable base armor, reasonable evade, then the SK80 would work against the Mortarex. You know, we're talking about the youngs and the adults, because I looted this off a young, I think. Now, what's interesting about that is that typically, wherever you go in Entropia, big stuff loots stuff more appropriate to lower end players most of the time, right? For this kind of trickle down kind of thing. So, you know, you can go and hunt Daspleters and then they'll drop you, you know, level 6 regen chips or whatever, right? And then they're no use to someone who's hunting Daspleters, so they have to sell it, and then someone, you know, who's hunting at a lower level then has to buy that stuff. And so the notion of like hunting a particular thing and getting gear off that particular thing for the appropriate level isn't there, because it's always this trickle down approach. Whereas an SK80 looting off a young Mortarex is more the getting gear appropriate for the mob that you're hunting. So that I find interesting. I find that a kind of change in tack. Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about a really seriously rare drop there. I'm talking about more run-of-the-mill limited stuff, yeah. I mean, even the Sentinel Limited doesn't drop that often. You looted 3 times Hedok M600L in the past hour off level 143 Mulak. Yeah, but I'm talking about Aris specifically. I'm talking about Aris. You know, SK80 looting off Mortarex Young. And SK80 is more than adequate for a Mortarex Young. Yeah? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this kind of life cycle sustainability kind of thing where you're hunting in a particular area and it's dropping resources that you can actually utilize against the thing you're actually hunting. And you don't get that very often in the whole of Entropia. It's usually they drop stuff and it's no good against the stuff you're hitting. Usually. Not always, but usually. And those Hedok M600s are pretty much useless anyway. Look at what's the skill requirement on an M600? It's utterly ridiculous, right? I think they need to go through and change all of those, to be honest. I think they need to relax them a little bit. It's like no one uses them, do they? Yeah, you can't use it yet the FAP you're running, like you're on a mod Hedok as well, aren't you? Right? Mod Hedok max is at 38 and does, I think, similar heal to the M600. It's in the same ballpark, isn't it? So, you know, it just makes those limited ball faps useless, having such a high requirement on them. It would be fine if when you were healing, you got a lot of heal skills, but you just don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hedok is the same heal about as the MC. The heal interval. Obviously, the heal per second is higher on the mod, right? Because it's 40 uses per minute, whereas on the M600 it's what, 27, 26, something like that. Yeah, that's literally what I was just saying. Yeah, so you get less heal per second on the M600, yet the skill requirement is pretty much double the mod Hedok. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think they need to go through and change all the skill requirements on those limited ball faps. Because they're just utterly useless at the moment. Anyone at like level 75 paramedic is probably already rocking a decent unlimited FAP anyway. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense. So the skill requirements on M600s, Explorers and all the rest of it, they could just be halved, right? Literally halved. And then they would become more relevant. I am super. Welcome back. We're nearly finished with this one. I'm going to leave a couple of claims in the ground and then we're going to head back to Cali and see if the big Molmans are there. I know the semi-big ones are there. But I'm talking about the big ones. Because we don't do things by halves here, do we? Oh, I'm not going to tell you that. We're going to see if it's there or not. Oh, Grumpy. I'm so sorry, Grumpy. I missed your ballad. I missed your ballad redemption there. Let me kick that off for you right now. Here we go. Where is it? Ballad. There it is. There we go. Thank you, Grumpy, for redeeming the ballad. I'm sorry I missed it earlier. I'm used to being overlooked. Yeah, the problem is I don't get any like audible kind of thing when that's redeemed. Right, what's this link? Oh, the locations. Huh.
strike, the mob had its way.
Well, they're not there.
Akiran respawned for the 12th time that day. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profits a ghost.
Yeah, but they're not there. According to that list, they're not there.
To next island he sailed with high hopes galore. Surely he mused, I'll lose less than before. He hunted the boars, he swung his big blade, but profits a ghost.
Well, there's no point in me going back then.
The papoose laughed loud as he fell to the sand, respawning once more in this treacherous land. His crafting was worse, his clicks, oh crap, now
Is there? There's no point.
maybe one more cap. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profits a ghost that haunts his dreams.
Right.
On Arkadia shores, Akiran made
That's a very old thread, is it?
wars and expand my
June 19th, 23. When was it edited?
so grand, but unearth more dung than his hands.
Last edited June 16th, 24. Okay.
Miner, you say? Here's a rocket to send
It is old.
sky high. He respawned with his pride and decay, but Akiran just smiled. Let's do it all day. Oh, Akiran Blade, the king of bad luck, always outgunned and consistently stuck. He hunts, he crafts, he mines, he schemes, but profits a ghost that haunts his dreams. On Serene's wild fields, he sought his last chance to conquer this planet. I'll take one more stance. He fought the Zelados, their claws sharp and fast, but his vaps ran out. He was down.
What's higher than a looter elite isn't even the biggest Molman.
I'll make guns this time. They'll surely ensure my fortunes will rise. But the output was dull. A pile of bad blueprints and zero tier raw. Oh, Akiran Blade,
Because the clan... Oh, for goodness sake.
consistently stuck.
Stop it with the rubber banding.
He mines, he schemes, but profits a ghost that haunts his dreams.
Yeah, no, like there's a clan warlord elite or some clan leader elite. That's the biggest Molman. And then that's not including Demp, Big, all of those, right?
Keep trying, keep dying. It's all that I need. Oh, Akiran Blade, the fool of the stars. His fortune's in debt and his body bears scars. But he'll never stop. No, never.
Where's
give
that
up.
super?
For Akiran's true power, he loves skill enough.
But I mean, that smacks of the same thing they did with the warlocks. That you've got to kill a bunch of stupid low-end stuff to get the big one to appear. And it's like, why have you done that? Oh, I didn't mean to do this. Oh. Okay. We'll just slow walk it. Yeah. Okay, well that was the ballad there. Thank you, Grumpy, again for redeeming that one. Let's get the old playlist back and up and running. Fair enough, but it's random spawn. Well, I don't know about. It's just annoying. Like there was a spawn, dedicated spawn of those. Why fuck with that? I don't get it. Why do we need to do this? Let's just dump it in there. 2800. 2800. Okay. Let's get back to the TP. Right, we're leaving 2 claims in the ground. We need to come back for them later. Let's not forget. Don't need to do that. Okay. Let's just check. Need to get someone to pilot for me. Okay. Right. Let's intermission a minute. He keeps spawning, just one. Yeah, but the problem is it's shared, right? Okay, thanks, Grumpy. I'll be back at anyway, I think. So I'll grab it off. Where are you at the minute? Are you on Ark? To remake your arm guards. Remake them? Okay. Yeah, I'll snag it. I'll snag it off you another time then. No worries. See, shared, which means the minute I start shooting at a boss mob, everyone's going to be in on it, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? You accidentally sold them. Oh dear. I'm just sorting out my flight a minute. Yeah, I don't get it, right? Because the ascended overlords don't drop anything other than those cryo adjusteds. Not that I noticed anyway. So why make it harder to hunt them? Don't get it. Don't get it. They did the same with the warlocks. Now I can slightly understand the warlocks because they drop a particular component that people need. Not very often, but they do. Um, but yeah, it's just like making it more difficult to hunt bosses. And like, why are you doing that? Why are you stopping people from grinding ped in your game? Why are you doing that? Is it because the loot's broken on them and you can't fix it? Is that it? Because I did a lot of Ascended Overlords a couple of years ago and they gave feck all loot. I just did cryogenic fours. They drop them like nobody's business. Ascended, Mormon Ascended and Ascended Overlords. No. Limited. They're just they become TT fodder in the end because no one really wants to use them. They don't have enough DPS to be usable. They've got a slowing effect on them. But yeah, they're only like, I don't know, 40, 50 DPS. Not even that. Probably less than that. It's just too low. And you're hunting such a big mob and you're getting such low ass equipment out of it, which comes back again to what I was saying about, you hunt really high level stuff and then you get stuff that's just, it's just not appropriate for what you're hunting. There's a balancing problem there. Right. Why is this not focusing properly? Right, bear with me, folks. So I'm trying to get flight over. Yeah, that's that's during migration, but during this event there was a spawn of ascended overlords. Just those. Well, maybe with a couple of normal ascendeds thrown in. They were actually kind of a pain in the ass in that context. What is that? Yeah, EG 78. 3. Okay. Corn sick pay. Oh my god. Sick loot, dude. Sick loot. Like your first ever Hoff, level 85 sword off a level 2 curb. What was that? What on earth? Bafagok's hitting more Hoffs, but this time on an Osseo Young. They wasted a multiplier there. It's almost white, yeah. You know if they actually fixed any of these space bugs where, you know, like motherships like were just taking random damage as you move? I haven't seen any patch notes saying anything about that. It's a level 45 paint. Oh, well, that justifies it, doesn't it? That justifies it. Oh, no. Oh, God's sake. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I left my stuff in storage in Ark. God's sake. So annoying. I use a pit bull and a stacked anti-grav container. I kind of carry them around with me, and I just bloody forgot them. I'm pretty sure my range enhancers are in the box, and I've gone and left that now, which means I'm gonna have to buy some more. So annoying. I'm not flying all the way back. Not doing it. Yeah. Welcome to the dementia stream. Come on, load up already. Right. Yeah, this is not looking good, is it? This is not looking good. Let's do a quick survey. But the fact that I can't see any red dots far out on the radar is already bad. Just loot a Katsuichi Splendor Retro. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. This was the Ascended Overlord spawn. There's nothing here. Why are you doing this? Why? Why can't I grind the one I want to grind? Well, I feel like this is kind of a wasted journey. I suppose I could do my Aris dailies. I feel like the terrain has changed here. Am I going mad? I feel like this area has changed. Like, this did not look like a crater before. This area has definitely changed. Somehow. Okay, right, well, I don't know what to... Yeah, I know PvP4's up here. Right, let's stick the Gorgon on for a minute, but... This looks like a waste of time. Let me put that FAP on auction anyway. While I'm here. If so, that hub's always been in the crater. I don't... It feels like there were a lot more trees up to the north, and it feels a lot more open there now, and I don't know why. There's another SK80 on auction right there. Not selling at 110. Or 111, sorry. Wow. Okay, that's because it's down at 106. Why put it up on for 111 when it's not worth that? So that's 110. 105 to 107. See if it goes for that. Like, seriously, why put it on auction for that? No one's going to buy it. Ah, damn it. I've done the wrong thing here. Right, let's take the Gorgon off. Put the buff set on. Then Gorgon back on. Let's buy some ammo. What do we do? Right, I think I need to get, like, just buy 1,000 of that and 1,000 of the other. I don't know how long I'm going to stay down here, though. I also need some range enhancers, so let's go to where's... It's twin... No, PA level 2, isn't it? For MC Hammer. Just because I think you'll probably have the ranged ones. We'll see. I'm just really annoyed that I left my stuff on Ark Underground like that. I knew I needed it. God, load already. Right. Two. Go. Like, it was always around Aegis Mound. It was always like a bit like a crater, but it looks a lot more like a crater now. And there definitely seems to be less trees to the north. Is it this one? Accuracy. Range. Are these range? No, those are eco. Right, let's just grab a couple of these. I think I need 3 of them. Just in case. Okay, and let's detach. Oh, I need to get rid of that thing still. Get rid of that. Yep, let's just check there's nothing on it. Yep. Okay. Job done. Right, now let's detach all of those. Where should I stick those? 6, 7, 8. I think what I can do is throw those on the swine for now. And that way they're not sat taking up item slots. And then I've only got 1 to deal with. And then we put, I think, 3 on there. And then the rest I need damage. So 4, 5, 6, and 7. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I actually need some damage ones as well, don't I? Okay. Like, which one's which? 10s? Yeah, okay. Let's just go with 10s for now. So we need that on there. That. We're already there from it. 5s. We need 8. Sorry, 9s. And 10s. Okay. And I think actually what I'll do, how much pet have I got? Yeah. What I'll do is I'll just buy the 4s. 5s as extra. 6 and 7. I do need more tiers unlocked on this thing, to be honest. But, you know, it's what I've got at the moment. Yeah, it makes no sense me... Wait a minute. Where's... I literally looked that way and the thing wasn't there. Okay. Right. I think we need to go to Atlas, don't we? But the thing is, that if everyone's shooting at it, it's pointless. It is pointless. Because the whole idea was to kind of solo the big ones. And, you know, they've taken that away from me. I did loads of them solo a couple of years ago. It seems like last year they took them away. I don't get it. Why? Why do that? Why do it? Seems to be lots of people huddled around a mob over there. What are they doing? Oh, there's a clan leader. Okay. What's that? Clan leader. Hunter. Oh, let's check our dailies actually while we're here. I didn't realise I had this terminal here. Prancer. Hell no. Burham male. Wrong mutant. Estafil. Oh, come on, get out of here. Estafil. Amplify lights. Caldo. Nah. We're not doing mining on Foma. Are these shared? Yeah, these are shared. Right, what have we got going on out here? Have a look around. Oh god, I'm pretty sure I've got some impact plates as well, but I've left them in the blooming box. It's not good. It's not good. I've left so much stuff over there. What have I got on here? AP66 burns. That's no use. Yeah, I think this has been a dramatic waste of time, to be honest with you guys. Because the overlords aren't around. Overseer elite is 80 odd. Clan leader is 106. Okay, let's try a clan leader anyway. I think we should be okay. Pull one over. It's the wrong damn gun. Right, how much health have these got? 25,000. Not that much. Not that much. 25k. Let me calculate that. 25. So roughly about 60 ped kill. And obviously, because we're hunting, there's no, you know, we're not getting any ×5 out of this, right? Oh, kind of annoyed at that. I left all my stuff over there. I'm assuming I don't even have my Gorgon. My scales. I left my damn scales in Ark. Seriously. So I can't even do the big mullock here's because I don't have the impact protection. EP5s of hunting. Yeah, but like there's a 4-digit overseer elite. The problem is you can't ×5 hunting. Not at the moment, right? The best you could do. We got a global off that. That's 170 ped. And we got a Heloc SK20 out of that one. Again, there's another example, right? A really high level mob dropping an SK20, like SK80 would be more applicable. A very bad senior moment. Yeah, exactly. But this is the thing, if I didn't have to keep taking stuff off myself, because of the weight problem, it wouldn't be an issue, would it? This is elite version. Well, yeah, but this is my point, right? If I'm hunting a level 106 Mormon clan leader elite, why is it dropping an SK20 at all? Why isn't it just automatically moved on to SK80s? Which, you know, it's because it's in the same loot pool as the normal Mormon. Or it has the same loot table, I guess. So, makes it annoying. And I think what I should do is Muluk Hears instead. Not Muluk Hears, Mulak. So, where's the menu? I don't have that link anymore. Where are the Mulaks? I think without the plates, I don't think I can do the big Mulak. This is the problem. Pandora. Oh yeah, because that's where they were last time. Of course. Should have remembered. I did I had this vision in my head that the Mulaks were in the desert, but I just couldn't remember where. Right? Of course, it's Pandora. But I don't think I can do them without plates, and I'm not buying a set of impact plates now. It's too much ped. Too much ped. $79 ped. I'll do one more here and then head to Pandora and see what we can do down there. I think it might be a case of the Warlord Elites are too much, but I might be able to do a slightly lower down one. We'll have to see. I know the Mulaks do a lot more damage out of the box. Are they Vig level? I don't know. Vig's kind of tough. But these are kind of easy, right? With this setup. I don't know whether I tried. I'm pretty sure I tried the Mulak Elites, but with impact plates, which would suggest I had more impact protection than I do right this second. Because I don't have my impact plates. So I think the Mulak Warlord Elites are going to be too much. Ad Illusions, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, exactly. There's no a lack of hunting etiquette, right? People just rock up and go, "Oh, it's shared. I'm going to get in on that," and then don't go, "Well, is this person trying to solo this? Should I do anything here?" Right, let's head to Pandora. That was another global, 191 ped. I don't want to engage with those two low-ass mobs, so let's fly back. Oh yeah, he's terrible for that. He's terrible for that. Right. Pandora. Here we go. Was a ghost, a guy in Ghost and a cryochip. Sound familiar? I don't know who that is. Right. What's that? That's probably a warrior, right? Yep, that's a warrior. So we need to head kind of this way. No, this one. At least I got my Sky Ripper. I haven't left that somewhere. That's something. Yeah, I guess it did. I guess it did. South from Pandora, yeah. I think there's a couple of different maturities down here, though, right? Right, what do we got here? That's a Hunter Elite. Raider Elite. Hunter, Raider. Okay. And Warlords are in their own, are they? Ah, what's this? No, that's more Raider. So it's normal Hunters and then Raider Elites. I thought there was another spawn here. A bit further along, maybe. No? Where's the Warlords then? Are they not here? Oh, I lost my marbles a long time ago. Eve's back online. Send him a quick message. That's Moloch here. Alright, I'll try some of these Raider Elites. I thought the Warlords were here as well. Maybe they're further up the hill. Let me check. I think last time I saw Warlords, they were around here, maybe. Maybe they're on a different spawn now. Ah, right, what's this? Oh, that's Vig. Okay. someone, someone had a pop at Vig and it didn't work out for them. I don't know if I can be bothered with Vig, to be honest. Hunter Elite, Hunter Elite. So we're just at the other side of the spawn. Hunter Elite. Clan Warlord Elite. These are the big guys. Right, bear with me a moment. Give me a sec. All right, let's try one of these. I don't think I can do these guys, to be perfectly honest with you. I think these are a bit much, but we'll see what happens. Because I don't have impact plates. And I think I need a lot more impact for these guys. Look at this guy. Look at the muscles on him. Do you lift, bro? Ow. What did he hit me for there? 100. I mean, it's, you know, it's okay. Let me do that. And then let me get this guy out. He is the gym. Yep. Actually more durable than I thought. I think if I was doing a bit more DPS, it'd be even better. Absolute badass. Look at the size of it. His arm is bigger than my waist. Right, let's get a quick scan in. 26,000. He's only a little bit more than the clan warlord elite, the Molman. But the difference here is it is a different loot table, right? So different stuff can drop. It's just harder, just a bit harder. Anatoly, yeah, yeah. I've seen those videos. Has he got a mustache? No, can't see a mustache. Okay, 36 pedder off the bat. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely easier than the last time I tried them, that's for sure. And I'm not even running as much protection as I had when I last tried them, but I think it's just a case of having a bit more evade now, having a bit more damage per second. I've got the Tesla pod now. So it's just a bit easier now. Well, I don't think the loot table's changed that much, to be honest with you. So whatever's on the wiki right now is probably still relevant for these mobs. I doubt these have changed at all. I could be wrong, but I don't think these would have been modified much. But these guys don't have as much HP as Vig. Big is a bigger mob. But unfortunately, it's still on the same loot table as the Mormon, so it's not really worth doing Vig, to be honest, other than the input cost size. That was what? What was that? 94 peda. We got a Rap Star with that one. Not full though. Which is what? 44 damage per shot max on a Rap Star. Yeah, the no longer drop thing, don't take that as read. Someone went through and did a kind of blanket change to anything that wasn't set as looted in the last couple of VUs and just set everything to no longer looted, which I don't think is the right way of going about it, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. The Vig FAP is not really that good because of the skill requirements. Again, same issue as the M600, etc. I think we were getting better loot on the Mormons, though. But we'll see. We'll see. Augmented 38. What is... Are you... What do those drop from? I think it was Looter Elite and stuff, wasn't it? Previously? Yeah. The chances of that dropping, though, and it's not even... You know, it's a bit of markup, but it's not what it used to be. The D-Gen. Oh, okay. There we go. That's a loot. 649 ped. Nice little 3-digit. And that came with a Genesis Frostbite and another amp. Whoops, wrong gun, wrong weapon. We got another Rap Star and that one was full. So that's nice. And, oh, a Genesis Globstrosity, 91.5 damage per second. I can't use it. Not yet. Not bad, though. Not bad. We'll take it. What was that in terms of multipliers, though? These are 26. It's basically like a times 10. Right? The Hunter Elites are a lot easier than the Clan Warlord, that's for sure. A lot easier. In terms of kind of keeping up the hits and the heals. Yeah, it's 65 ped per kill, so it's like 10 times 10. Bear with me a sec. Alright, sorry about that, guys. 80 something odd petter there. What was it? We're already off buff. Already. Alright, I need to put a jumper on, actually. I'm getting quite kind of cold. It's not very warm here at the moment. Bear with me. Yeah, we've had like really nice warm weather for quite a few weeks, to be honest, and now it's like cold. Let's see if I can get away with a candy cane without dying. There we go. Yeah, I struggle with the winter fuel allowance that is non-existent. You forgot you're on repeat 14. I don't know what I am on for the Mullux. It's not very high. Mull. Right, so Mulman I'm on repeat 8. Mulluk here's I'm only on 6, and Mullux I'm only on 6, so... Yeah, I've got some codex to build up on these. That's for sure. $33 ped. That's a half. It doesn't look like any Ascendeds are spawning here, though. I don't suppose any of them are good for skilling. No. None of them are. I don't know. Maybe the lower maturity Mullman are, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. Not even the moment. I think the Mullaks, maybe the lower maturity Mullaks are kind of good for skilling, because I don't think they've got a lot of HP. But, you know, compared to other skilling mobs, no, I don't think they're any good at all. Let's get that clanny up there. Like, why? There's only been like 2... Oh, there's another clanny there. Okay. Clanny. So all the clannies are up there. You're praying for a 500 to 1,000 on these. Yeah, I think everyone is. Join the club. Join the club. $31 ped again. I think since I got that off, it might have turned off. Mole. Right, here we go. I don't know what to put that on. You know what? I'm going to just put it on Power Fist because that's probably my lowest skill still. Just do that. I'm just trying to build up total skill a bit. 71 brawler damage. $25 HP per level. Yeah, the non-elite ones. Right? That's what you mean, yeah? I could probably do with some 15 milligrams. I think a times 50 on one of these would be kind of cool. Put a bit of bankroll back on me. On my ped card. Be like, you know, what, a 2.5k loot, something like that. 3 ped on a Raider Elite. How? Wait, that what? That doesn't work. How? That can't be right. That's not 103 ped. The cost to kill on a Raider Elite is more. Isn't it more than a Looter Elite? Or is Raider Elite less? I can't remember now. But it's not even that much less, is it? Oh, that's 5 ped. Okay. That seems sus. Team Mariah, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But even still, that's less than... Maybe you crit it a lot, because that's less than the cost to kill. Like, it's 25%, right? Should be the minimum loot. 25%. So you probably crit it a load and it only costs you 20 ped to kill. That's what I'm thinking there. Unless you're tracking it and you know exactly. It'd be nice if an A204 dropped off of one of these though, wouldn't it? That'd be super nice. Have any dropped already? Let's have a look. Because otherwise I might as well yeet out. Rare loot. It doesn't look like it. A204. No. No normal A204s have dropped. Since last year. So 9th of March. 9th of March. Okay. Well, that wouldn't have been during this event. That would have been just in lootable PvP4, right? So okay. Can you get that sort of thing from lower maturity suits? What sort of thing are you talking about? The A204 or something else? There's a clanny. Yeah, I think the A204. I mean, I don't know, but I'm thinking the A204 could probably drop from the youngs as well, possibly with a bit less frequency than from, say, a Stalker or whatever. Clan Warlord, right? You wouldn't have to do Warlord Elites to be able to loot something like an A204. The reason I sit in on a Warlord Elite is because it's higher input costs, and so any multipliers are just bigger, right? Oh, this candy cane's going to run out. Do that quick. I think what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to quickly dip out and get some... Get wrecked. That's what he said. Get wrecked. 313 crit. I could have survived that if I was full HP, but I was not. Okay. Can we do this quick? Yeah, we did. What I'm going to do is dip out and get some 15 milligram reload. Devers and Aku. Because candy canes on these are just not enough, in my opinion. Well, good luck anyway. Yeah, if you're after, like, you know, an A204, doing the elites is probably not the best thing to do because they take so long to kill, right? And you want lots of kill instances or loot instances to improve your chances of finding an A204, to be honest. Hello, Team Mariah. Welcome into the chat now. Oh, for God's sake. Thank you, Nathan. 310 crit again. I could have survived that if I was full health. Right, hang on. Let's mark that. It's Lars. CRT. Right. I'm so used to getting the snowboard out, the hoverboard out now. Just figuring out what would be best to go for. Yeah, I think the Mullock youngs are not exactly easy either, but I mean, it depends on your skills. Guess your pet is killing you. Yes, it does. Yep. Absolutely. At the end of the day, I just need more HT. I need to be less noob. Is ultimately the answer. Right. He's nearly dead anyway, right? What I'm going to do is quickly go and get some bigger pills. 40 peda. Right. Let's head back. Let's go. Go. Go, go, go. You could take them in purse, LR60. Yeah, I mean, if you've got some plates with a bit extra impact protection, you kind of have an easier time. Again, it just comes down to evade, damage per second. You know, with an LR60 AUG, you're doing a fair amount of damage per second. They're probably, you know, if you're full ranging them, then they're probably dying before they get to you in a lot of cases, right? Got a few pills you can have. Are they 15 milligrams, Grumpy? I need to max out, really. You don't know. I'll leave that a marker. I'll just buy some for now, and then I'll catch up with you later and snag the others. Oh, you're running back to storage. All right, let me know what you got. I'm at knees at the moment. You got a 15 milligram hyper as a rare reward. Nice. All right, I'll hang fire a sec, but I need a few, I think. What's that? Hyper. You got one 15 milligram ACU. The rest are 5s. Okay. All right. I'll just snag from here for now, and then I can catch up with you later on that ACU you've got. This is more ped down the Swanee. Right. Okay. ACU, Deva. Move that. Put that there. Put that there for now. Just carrying too much shit again. Okay. Oh, there he is. Hey, Daz. Welcome back. You're pretty sure it's cheaper in your shop? Okay. This was just convenient. Where's your shop, Gality? No, that's not happening. Dude. That's not happening. Let me give you Somped. There you go. Just take that. Thank you, buddy. You need to confirm it again. Take my damn pets. Dude, come on. Like, okay, if you insist, Grumpy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Naughty. So many naughty players here. Merge all. Wait. Merge all. There we go. Oh my god. The lag. The load lag. Right, that's a Nutri. ACU 5. Deva 10. Nutri 5. Okay. All right. Thank you again, Grumpy. Did you recoup some losses from mining there, maybe? The mining actually, the underground mining actually ended, I would say more break-even-y, because I did lose a bit the other day, and then we've kind of gained a little bit today, so maybe I'm still down about 1.5, maybe, if I had to kind of guess. So, yeah, still not brilliant, but, you know, I just don't understand why I'm not seeing any big multis coming out of the mining. I really don't. Doesn't make any sense to me. Right. ACU 15. Deva 15. Hyper 15. Hyper. Name the DJ. Hyper, hyper. This is probably a bit more like it now. Although the pet is still trying to... It's still trying to get me. It's still trying to shank me. Yeah, the clannies have their own spawn here. Are pills lootable in Spacey? Oh, yes. Yeah, apart from the blue ones, the skill pills. Yeah, we'll do these for a little bit longer, I think. We'll see how it goes anyway. But I really need to kind of get the June Awakening stuff started. Yeah, I did. I had exactly that problem. I lost all my pills and skill juices because of unintended lootable PvP area between Arkadia and Arkadia Moon. And a couple of unsavory individuals sat there exploiting it. Okay, well, that was how much? 87 ped. Well, I hope they did as well, but I did report it, so... Someone else, several people got ganked by them. In exactly the same way. So, yeah. They knew what they were doing. They knew it was unintended. Right, come on. 8204 time now. Let's go. Oh, are you, what, are you chipping out? I don't get really big ESIs, not often anyway. Like, the biggest I've had's been like... maybe like 100 and something ped? Low 100 and somethings? Like, why did that spawn right there? Look, we just got an M600 right now. Why did that spawn right there? The spawn's over there. Why did he spawn there? What's that all about? How much was that global? About 100 and something anyway. I can't see it now. Can't see it now. Yeah, but the thing is with that Grumpy is you're kind of wasting tier. You're wasting tiers basically. tier upgrade materials doing that. I get what you're saying, but it's like, I guess it depends on how much the tier upgrades are. How much is market for Hyper 15? I don't know. I don't know. I just go to the shop and just buy. I didn't really look at it. Yeah, so we got an M600, but it's, you know, like we said, it's pretty much TT fodder, right? No one can use it. 109 to 145 for 20 uses. It's not even a good TIR, so I'm afraid that is TT fodder all day long. Between 17 and 20 ped each. Okay. 30 something ped. Yeah, it's not a lot of comps, is it? So fair enough. But yeah, you will lose them all. And of course, I think the TIR re-rolls as well when you adjust it. So bear that in mind. Yeah, fair enough. So we've been doing all right out of these, to be perfectly honest, but I don't know if we'll end up outstaying our welcome, right? Oh yeah, yeah. Another one just spawned there again. $35 better. I mean, at least it's not going down to like 15 ped, right? Because that's like a quarter loot at the moment. About 60-ish, depending on crits and misses and stuff. We have cycled 1,000 peds already. So yeah, a cheeky times 50 would be nice on these. About 2.5k, I think that's going to be roughly somewhere around there. Times 25 will obviously be about 1,750. ish. I've got it on my spreadsheet actually. What would it be? 1625. 1625 for a times 25. 3,250 for a times 50. So actually a bit more than I thought. And then the times 100, we're looking at 6,500 ped. Times 250 is 16,000 ped. Times 500, 32,500. And then we get into the silly numbers. 65k for a times 1,000. 130,000 for a times 2,000. But I know we're nowhere near that. So we're all good. Oh god, here we go. All right, they're both clannies. Both clannies. Why are they spawning right on top of me? The spawn is over there. Why do they keep doing that? Headshot. Come on. What are you doing? $13k drop from smaller earlier is not possible for me. That's not how the loot pool works. You can get multiple 5 digits in a day easy, depending on how much is in the loot pool. So I wouldn't count that out. But a two, you know, 1,600 to 3,000 ped can drop all day long, right? I mean, in terms of the loot pool, that's nothing. Really nothing. Is times 2,000 still a thing? Yeah. Pretty sure of that. Oh, not impossible. Sorry. Sorry. Reading skills 100%. Haven't had above times 70 since you returned. Yeah, it takes a lot of cycle to push things along. Really a lot of cycle. But the other thing is knowing exactly what you've looted, right? Because, you know, if you, for instance, if you were to do like an AFK auto craft overnight, you have no idea what multipliers have dropped in something like that. You have no idea. It doesn't give you a list of all of the individual loots. It just gives you a sum at the end of it all. Right? So you've got no idea what rolled unless one of them hit really big, right? And that depends on your input cost. Now, if your input cost on an automatic craft is 2 pec, and you hit a times 500, what is that? That like 100 ped, 50 ped, 100 ped, somewhere around there. I think it's about 100 ped, right? You may not notice that. It might show up on your Entropia Life, but that would be only if you're on a popular planet like Cali with lots of people running the tracker. So how long did the 1,300 force? I haven't pulled it yet, Bubba. It's still in the ground. Yeah, he went to the same school. Yeah, 2 peg times 500 is 100 ped, right? 10 ped. Okay, I was only a 0 out, right? I was only a 0 out. Yeah, so you wouldn't even notice that. It wouldn't show up anywhere, right? Which is my point, is that if you get a decent multiplier doing autocraft, you will never know. Even if you didn't autocraft it and you just did an overnight, it's very easy to miss a 10 ped loot and not understand that was a big multiplier you just wasted. So yeah, be wary of the autocraft. Exactly. Exactly. And it happens all the time. You hunt, you know, you could spend days and days hunting Das Bleaters, and then you get a chirpy bonus. And one of those chirpies drops you a 300 pedder, and you're like... And it, you know, that stuff happens all of the time. You have to be really careful about that. Thank you for the alert, Grumpy. Have a good one. See you later. You will not get another 2,000 roll around if you've wasted it on a chirpy. Guaranteed. You will not get that. Once you've rolled that times 1,000, then times 2,000, that's it. You are done. Till the next time it rolls around. The last time I got times 1,000 times 2,000 was just after my ATH, which was a times 500 times 5. Yeah, I got a times 1,000 on a long tooth young. And then I got a 2,000 on something else. I can't remember what it was, but it was equally low. So basically that was around summer migration time that I last rolled times 1,000 times 2,000. Well, how's that any different to it there not being multipliers, but just random number generator stuff going on? Game doesn't care how much you've dumped into it. It doesn't care. It really doesn't. There's no personal loophole. They've said so themselves many times. It does not care how much you've pumped in. So don't be under any illusions of, oh, well, I've pumped, you know, 10k ped into doing EP recycle clicks. It's going to pay out on something else. No, it's not how it works. What I think really happens under the hood is that a big cycle, a big TT cycle, will push your multiplier path along quicker. So it might seem like it's paying you back as a result, but all that's happened is your multipliers have kind of come forward a bit quicker. But your multipliers happen on like a track, right? How much was that? 80 odd. 85. It's like a procession of multipliers, right? And you move it along quicker by doing higher TT cycle. No, after... Well, it depends on what the ATH was. If it was a times 500, then no, don't do that. Don't do that. I wish I was not doing long tooth youngs, to be honest. I shouldn't have been doing that. No, I think you're wrong there, Ugal. I think you're wrong. There's no loophole, personal loophole, i.e. it's not tracking the amount of PED, but it just understands what multipliers it's given you on some kind of procession of multipliers. Perception loots. Long goose? Long? Do you mean long tooth? Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have been doing such a small mob, really. I shouldn't have been doing that. And I could have maximized my multipliers a bit more. Unfortunate, but that's just the way it rolled. It's fine. We can agree to differ, but from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, I'm firmly in the camp of you have a multiplier, a roll of multipliers that are influenced by how much PEDs you cycle per hour and time. I think time is also a factor. And you are more likely to see certain multipliers if your activity is reduced down to smaller stuff. Because it just does that. 139 PEDA. Which is why it's really dangerous if you've been doing a high TT activity and then you start doing chirpy bonus and looting them. It's really dangerous. Oh, it owes, Bubbatron. It owes big time. But yeah, this whole personal loophole and understanding PED in, PED out kind of thing, get that out of your head. Just take it out. It's not a thing. It doesn't care. Huh? That's starting early on the BS. So 95% returns is a myth. Well, certainly not everyone is privy to that. You know, despite running nearly 70 looter and having a 90% plus efficiency weapon, I do not see 95%. And if you listen to the if you read the wording, it said some players have been enjoying 95%. I did, Galaxy, but to be honest, it's too much of a pain in the ass. Every time you kind of lose tier enhancers slot or you're changing weapons here and there, it's just too much of a pain in the ass to be bothered to track anymore. I know whether it's going good or whether it's going bad. Like right now, it's is going pretty good, pretty okay. I don't need a tracker to tell me that. Well, it did say some players, so yeah, I'm not sure about that across all players' business because of that wording, but you know, that could have been the case easily. Lost in translation. No, that was during looter stuff. That was part of the Loot 2.0 release that they said those kinds of things, was it not? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's about 5 players that get 110%. And then the rest of us get 80. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think you're better off doing this whole thing with the understanding that loot isn't just going to magically come back to you if you invest it, right? You have to get lucky with those multipliers, and that means making sure you're not doing low-ass activities after building up a load of potential. Which is why, you know, more than ever, bankroll management is important. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, everyone should consider that, to be honest. Everyone should be thinking like that. If it's in here, it doesn't exist anymore. Absolutely. Yeah. What panel are we talking about? You might want to change the panel below stream with your link. Which link? Oh, my affiliate one. Oh, hang on. I don't see that view very often because I'm using the dashboard. Channel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll address that later. I can't be doing with that right now, but yeah, I do need to do that. You're right. There's probably another one in the press pack that I could use. Yeah, but thank you for bringing that to my attention, because I don't look at that view. I never really go there. I'll pay $20 for something that turns your Hoffs purple. Really? like, you know, there's so many ways to play this game. You can't just turn around and go, oh, it's just gambling and it's a casino. And it's not as simple as that. It really isn't. It really isn't as simple as that. Yes, there are activities you can do and you can treat them like they are gambling. But alternatively, you can come at them from a different approach and not do them in that way. So, and then there's a whole swathe of stuff you can do and it not actually be gambling at all. I don't know if that's worth anything. It's got a nice 130% on it now. See if we get any more. Yeah, in a casino you actually win, yeah. In this thing you're paying a variable subscription fee and it's constant. Can you enjoy lag at a casino, though? Depends if it's an online one or not. Another 33 pedder. It's nice to see that the loots aren't dipping below that 33 ped mark. Those are like halves, like 50%ers, so I haven't seen them go below that, so that's good. What, today, Wang? Or you're talking in one particular day? In the past? No, in general, okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Don't be pessimistic, your day will come. The way I see it is multipliers are inevitable. You just have to make sure you're not doing noob-ass activities when they roll in. That's basically it. Raimi, 737 ped growth. A nice little little hoff there. What are you dropping there, Raimi? Want to make peds play the auction house. That's a boring game, that is. Yes, I am, Popeye. I'm going to be playing June Awakening in a bit, so look out for that. I'm just playing with the Clan Warlord Elites a little bit first. See if they've got anything in them. No boxes. Level 5 amp. That was on a land area, wasn't it? So you're outdoor with that. That's a pretty big multi then, really. What event is going on? It's a Molman event. It's a Molman event. Yes, I know who you are, Pape. Do you guys even remember who I am? You still playing Fortnite? Or Rust? I can't be bothered with either of those games. They're shite. You're not a kid. You got a job yet? Right, the gun's nearly dead. You stream it a little, but mainly been playing Rainbow Six. I saw you were playing Rainbow Six. I haven't seen any stream notifications for you. Sir Bear, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How you doing, Bear? Do you have a good stream? Thank you for the raid. You streamed yesterday, okay. I was not on my machine yesterday at all. I was too busy sleeping. Welcome, raiders. Bear, thank you so much for the raid. I haven't seen any numbers for you in the thing pop up. Did you not hear anything today? 188 ped. 188 ped, Malak. It's the age getting to you. Yeah, absolutely. That and being sedated. Thank you, Django. Let's give a shout out to Monsignor Bear. Oh, I didn't do one for Ad Illusions, so let me do that as well. Go and give Sir Bear a follow if you're not already. I know most of you already are. Shout out to the Bear, and also shout out to Ad Illusions, who raided us earlier as well. There we go, a couple of shout outs. Make sure you're following those folks. Okay, Pape. Check out, we got June Awakening a bit later, so just check us out a bit later. See if that interests you. It's probably not your kind of game, to be honest, but give it a look anyway. You had some work done. No worries. Good luck with your Rainbow Six. Hell yeah. Yeah, no. Just checking some stuff out, basically. Nothing like going to the hospital to get spit roasted by a couple of cameras. Well, so far, still some ongoing stuff. I've got to have a CT scan tomorrow. Yeah. Hey, got another little times 10 there. 645 peta with another globstrosity. That's what we like to see. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Yeah, before I had a chance to say, oh, my doctor, what big hands you have, I was out. It wasn't supposed to put me out, but I only had about an hour or so sleep the night before, and they put the stuff in, and I had the thing in my mouth. And then I just don't remember anything else. I was out. Show item. It's only a limited sword. Got a couple of them now. 91.5 DPS Genesis Globstrosity. Skill range 75 to 80. Daz, that's just wrong on so many levels. Just so many levels of wrong. Thank you, Gally. Yeah, cut an acid, this guy does. Cut acid. Genesis Globstrosity. That's interesting in itself, right? What's the range on it? 7 meters. I imagine this isn't too bad in PvP, to be honest. Not many people are out of their way to do cut and acid protection. Get a nice tier 10 one of those up and running. 78 pedder, that one. Is someone over there? No, that Clan Warlord Elite was just throwing his fists around for no reason whatsoever. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hopefully we kill this before my gun dies. Yeah, Big Z's hit a nice big asteroid. All-time high asteroid, that one. Yeah, exactly, Grumpy, exactly. That's how it went. Yeah, I know. Lord Orm loves the sexy accent. I think that's what it is. Moments were so dry. Well, I'm rolling okay on the multipliers at the moment, so I'm happy for that. We've been doing okay today. Damn it, the gun died. This is not good. Not a good situation right now. This one's probably more DPS right now. I'm going to have to put that down there because we're going to be on and off the FAPs. We need to go and repair the gun. Oh, 600 and something, another 600 odd ped hoff, so another times 10. So yeah, we've been doing all right. Doing all right. I need to pop back and repair the gun now. Time for a times 100. Another rap star. 95 ped. Right, let's quickly head back. I want to do this pretty quick though, because actually if I just do this, it's going to be quicker, I think. You've been making more music. Portal repair. I've got a portable, but I just don't want to keep using it all the time. You know, they've got a lot of markup. Do these rap stars sell? I don't know. Let's just dump those there for a minute. Let's do this. Oh, that's the wrong gun. Okay. Let's do that, that. What this stuff here. Whatever needs doing. Okay, 326. Oof. Okay. Okay. Big unit. Right. Let's get back over there. Have I still got that marker? No, I don't. It was only about here, right? Where the hell am I? I'm in the wrong spot. I'm in the wrong damn spot now. Whoops. Oh, damn it. Right. Okay, let's do that. And then we got the right gun. Repair more than 2 bed at a time. Yeah, it's just... It's more the, like, oh, then I have to go and source another one and all the rest of it. It's a bit of a pain. For God's sake. Stupid pets. So it gives you a 50% heal buff, but it also damages you for 20% of your max health every 20 seconds. I think it's 20. I'm always forgetting this. Now I have to wait before I can spawn the pet again. So, you know, most of the time it works out okay for this kind of mob because I stay mostly fully healed. But yeah, you get crit and then the pet comes in with a 60 hit afterwards, then you die. Moral support. Yeah, it certainly doesn't do that. But yeah, the 50% heal buff is strong, but you do need to be doing lifesteal for this thing to work. How much lifesteal? I would say 5% and up, at least. It depends on how much damage per second you're doing, really. $10 or nothing. And then we got another rank up. Lord Death Evil, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Mull. Again, gonna fist that one. Can we... What the f... Oh, for God's sake. I'm not looting that. Go away. Go away from me. That's not what I was targeting. Get crit. You know, I'm doing 60 ped mobs here. I'm not looting that crap. No. No, it's not. I know it's not a 2000, that's for sure. Because we haven't had a 1000 yet. Let's get rid of that. What I'm going to do is go back down. Oh, sorry, go back north a bit. Well, I'm not auto-looting, so it's all good. These days, I very rarely use auto-loot. Like in particular, you know, situations really, when I'm going after a specific mob that I'm getting through quite a bit, that kind of thing. $180. Let's tag that guy. I'm going to keep walking around. I want to give Shielder a bit of space here. And just go around him. He's using a BGH 120. You need some of their loot. You better log in. Are you not logged in already? Oh, flipping more troopers over here. Right, I'm going to have to wait now. Are there small Mulafs and Mormon too? I believe so, yeah. There's a post on PCF, I think. Tells you all the locations. I think Superpress linked it earlier, but I've lost sight of it now. And I closed the page. I think that's it, Nathan. Thank you. I think that's pretty much the same situation as now. So, there you go. That's the link you want. Thank you, Nathan. Okay. Right. Just going to go the other side of Shielder. I want to just be on the north side, just because it's, you know, closer to the thing. Oh, for God's sake. Go away from me. It's hit me now. Ah, run out of ammo. Right, there we go. Go, 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 go. Oh yeah, I accidentally crafted some Ignaris gloves when I meant to do Zaparis, and they didn't sell. Okay. And the shared one went global. 74 peda for Shielder there. Ah, right, I have some food coming, so... Having sinigang again. It's my favourite now. Yeah. No, it's all mine. It's all mine. Sinigang. I don't know what the correct correct spelling is for it. It's a Filipino dish. 81 pedit. No, they're solid at 99. It's not changing. Well, I can see. Such a stupid bug. I don't know why it's still a thing. Cottage pie. Wow. The perks of having a Filipino girlfriend, right? Oh, it's so good. It's kind of it's a watery soup with chicken and potato and some green leaf in it. I'm not sure what goes in the soup to give it its flavour, but it's a nice flavour. And it's served with rice, so you kind of get a spoonful of rice and then you dip that in the soup. Get yourself one. Chrono, all you need to do is go to the hospital. I'm pretty sure you could find many. A lot of them are nurses. A lot of them. Hey, come on. Are we cooling off now? Are we cooling off, or can we still hit a big multi? It's not me. It's not me. Someone else is dying. I don't even know. I keep forgetting to put my divine on again. Baxter Bugsy. Window shopping at the hospital sounds nice. I mean, the method to get yourself in the hospital for a duration of time is probably not worth it. Why are you blaming me for that? That's your choice. Wait, I thought you were going out. I mean, Helga from Scotland doesn't really... Surely it's Helga from Sweden? Surely? Helga from Scotland doesn't really sound right. And we're off buff again. $300k Mormon, let's go. That's not a... Well, maybe off big. I don't think it's even possible off big, to be honest. I'm not sure. What's the cost to kill on Vig? can't remember. Right, AQ 15. Devo 15. Hyper 15. Always do the hyper last. Always do the hyper last. There we go. Half of the Scottish are Viking. Yeah, but they're not called Helga, are they? I'm trying to eat my Synagogue here. It's making me heal and shit. Yeah, I have to look up the where to, you know, whether there's a recipe for the Synagogue. I don't know how you spell it though. Synagogue. It's spelled Synagogue. It's it. I mean, it's basically like just a broth, really, but it's just got particular kind of ingredients that, you know, obviously give it a more Asian flavor. Hang on, that's that. That's not the right link. What the hell? Give me the damn page. Okay, let's try it again, shall we? There we go. There you go. So if you wanted to make it yourself or get an idea of what it's like, that's Synagogue. It's kind of, you know, it's simple, but it's nice. Very, very tasty, and I quite enjoy it. Yeah, well, that's the ones I wanted to go for, Nathan, but they've removed the spawn, which is stupid. I don't know why they've done that. Well, I've got a good idea. They don't want people like me grinding mobs like that and being a solo person getting a massive ATH. That's what they don't want. They want it shared between many people. Yeah. Yeah, no egg, no fish stuff, no oyster sauce, and no other exotic ingredients as well, really, to be honest. I'm pretty pedestrian when it comes to my food. No, they've done it on purpose. They've removed them on purpose. I'm annoyed about it. They've done the same with the warlocks. They've removed those on purpose. No, but they did it to the warlocks. And I asked about it, and they said, "Oh, they said the commander spawns with the warlocks now, and you go to the warlock spawn, and it's warlock 9s, which are the worst. They are just the worst. They do so much damn damage that, you know, you need a team of people there if you're not, like, you know, a member of hardcore or whatever, right? So it's been done on purpose. They don't want people soloing these things, because they are soloable, because they just took a bit of technique to do it. No, so this is where they spawned. So previously, right? Previously, the warlock commanders during the robot event were spawning about here, right? On their own. You could hunt them all day long, soloing them. Mob after mob, no challenge in terms of being able to get them, right? They don't want one person getting big loots all the time. I think maybe it represents too much risk for them or something, I don't know. Right? That's where they used to spawn. Now they spawn here, right there, but only if you kill enough warlock 9s. They will only spawn if the warlock 9s are killed. 70 odd peda. If it was warlock 7s, fine. I can hunt a bunch of warlock 7s, not a problem, and then you can get a warlock commander, great. Warlock 8s, a bit more of a challenge, still doable. Warlock 9s, I can't do. I can't do at the moment. They just do way too much damage. I don't have enough evade. I don't have enough HP. It's not a fun time. Either that or a medistimming it the entire time. It's not worth it. Even with the Gorgon. Even with the Gorgon, they could hit for like... I think they would hit over my HP still, even with the Gorgon. Occasionally. If not, it was not far off it. Stupid amounts of damage on those Warlock 9s. Stupid amounts. So it just wasn't worth it. And as a result, barely any Warlock commanders were killed during the last robot event. And they've done the same with the Ascended Warlocks. They've removed them from the equation and they've slapped it. Where was that one you were hitting a super press? Around Atlas, or was it somewhere else? The Warlocks on Aris are Warlock 7s. But, you know, they're not really relevant to this thing, really. They add... So... Here, right, you've got 7s, 8s, and 9s, right, around this area. Okay? 7s are about here, 8s are about here, 9s are about here. Okay? They're all in the same spot, roughly. And you can avoid the 9s. You can occasionally do the 8s. They're not that, you know, they are a challenge in the Gorgon. But they're doable. They're just not worth doing at my level in this armor and setup right now. Okay? But what they do during the robot event is they add a spawn of 9s here, which isn't there now. You can go there now. They're not there. But they add a spawn of 9s there, and if you kill enough 9s, the Warlock Commander appears. That's how it works. Oh, Dave, Bruno Baracas, 765 ped at Ola 62. Congrats to Dave. I'm not sure Dave's here. I don't know whether he came over with Sir Bear or he's not bothering at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely thing. Yeah, so you know they removed. I don't think I did the Molmans last year, but it's clear they removed the Ascended Overlords last year, or the year before even. Because according to Angel's post, they weren't there in 2023. So, hey Jackal. Is there shared? They're all shared. I think they're all shared. Oh, Dave Bruno Baracus again with a 737 ped. Typo. Sometime a random somewhere that everyone join. I know there's a bunch of guys doing stuff at Atlas Haven together. Clan leader elites. We saw them as I went out there. So if you wanted to get on a shared kind of situation, but I don't know if they're trying to keep it to a small group or not. Yeah, always. $30 better. Sure to leave. Jason Center has a group open to shooting, just close to the TB. Okay. Is there any Ubers looking for an RDII? Why don't you do the run yourself? Yeah, today's been all right actually. We did we made a little bit of, I don't know, recovery's a strong word. We had a few good hits of mining, but you know, it just kind of eats into the previous like significant losses. The clannies here have been kind of nice. We had a couple of 600 pedders. You're only a 38 evader. Well, if you talk to Eve, they run a carry, right? And you can potentially sell your other slot to someone else, maybe stronger, ideally. But they do run a carry, but you need kind of big acid plates, basically, if you're going to do it. And that way you get your regicide coat. 92 ped. Who's over there? Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? I can't see the other one. Yeah, it's not easy to loot those eyes, so... Oh, you got one off a brood mother. That's interesting. I didn't know brood mothers could drop them. Well, GG's for that. For sure. Ah, shoulder's back. And it's exactly this kind of thing here is why I went with Gorgon Perfected. $100K gets you a few hours. Yeah, but you have to arrange it all, and you know, it's just not the same. I know. What's super press? What's your max range? Have you got something like 155 plus? It can't hit you, but you're dodging it, right? You're actively dodging it. So the warlocks have a max range of like 150 meters. If you're further than that, they won't even attack you. I wasn't sure whether the overlords had the same thing. They do. Okay. But with 88 meters, you can't proc that, right? So how? Oh, yeah, yeah, you're clipping. Okay. I see. Yeah, it's difficult to get those spots. They don't always spawn in the exact spot that you need. Oh, trying to get this dinner sorted out here. Nana's not content with one. He wants 3 on him. Right, now I need to get out of there. Well, wrong thing. I don't think these are gonna really pop. Like, we had a couple of 600 players, but I don't know that they're going anywhere more than that. God's sake. How's my HDNA not revived already? Okay. Can't be bothered with logging out. Look at that, he was nearly dead as well. The douchebag. 184 ped. I like these, to be honest, at the moment. I can see how they'd be quite nasty if you're not looting. Well, it's interesting that, you know, from the last time I tried them to now, that there's, you know, a difference in a difference in not only skill but also capability due to equipment. Because there was no way this was happening the last time I tried. Like, it took me ages to kill one. So, like, with these, you know, they hit me every time because I just don't have the evade. At least I think it's every time. I don't think I've seen them miss. Oh, for God's sake, with the crits now. Right, I need to divine now. Getting a bit silly. Did I divine myself or not? Yeah. Jackal, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. That means a lot to me here, so thank you very much. Another legend has entered the chat. You did hunt degens. Yeah, they do a bit less damage. They're a bit more like looter elites, to be honest. They just got even more HP than a looter elite. Get stood over here a bit. Give Nana a bit more space. No, thank you. 30 odd pitter again, 32. I haven't seen anything below that really. That's interesting. Okay, Nathan, thank you so much for stopping by and joining the stream today. We'll see you in the next one. How much are they to take down? These are about 65 ped, depending on damage per peck, of course. I do need, with these guys, I do need to stay on top of the resto heals, though. Another crit. Another crit. $36 ped. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think... I don't know. They feel like they've cooled off a little bit. I'm not sure. I remember you were streaming at that time. I remember watching you trying to get it. Because I was trying the same. It didn't work out. I also tried to get a BGH. Didn't work out. You know, the C120 or the C80. That didn't work out. So, I don't know. We'll try a bit of migration this year, but don't know if it's new weapons this year or not. But I just don't seem to be able to find stuff like that. Wait a minute, someone found something. Oh, Hyperion, modified Hyperion catalyst. I really need to go and do some dailies. I haven't been to Aris for a couple of days now. $84 ped. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't seen any A204s dropping yet. But we are only on day 0. Right? Yeah, still nothing yet. Right, let's get the camera back on. Now I've finished my scran. You truly believe your account is cursed? I had the same thing until I hit that ATH. But yeah, no, I'm completely with you on that. I think, you know, there must be something kind of driving it. I just don't know what it is right now. Yep, I have hit some big ones, but again, the item loots are what's kind of letting me down. You know, and like we discussed earlier, the ring is different. It hits different, right? It's a different kind of loot. It's not really the same thing, because anyone can get any of those rings out of those boxes. There's no skill involved, right? Whereas looting stuff, I think there's some kind of skill thing going on there. And because I'm too much of a noob, I can't get them. Back-to-back globals, 80 odd pedders for each. You know, for instance, the angel shins, right? Anyone and his dog could loot angel shins. In fact, a brand spanking day 3 noob could loot shadow gloves off of Argonaut Youngs back in the day. It's not a hard thing to get, right? I looted the Hazen helmet. It was off a shared mob. Shared mobs hit, you know, the loot on those hits different. Anyone has a chance of looting anything off of those things, right? You know, but I haven't been able to loot any decent weapons, FAPs, you know, unlimited stuff. None of that. I've not been able to hit any of that. So I've got to be thinking, well, how is it that I can't hit any of that stuff? I cycle enough, Entro. I cycle enough. No one can say I don't cycle. Yes, I do. Yeah, but people, you know, some people seem to loot this stuff without having cycled very much, to be honest. Yeah, exactly, Kejo, exactly. $77 Peda. I mean, I need to continue, right? I can't stop while it's doing all right. To be honest, I don't even know what a cooler is. What's a cooler? I'm not really a big, you know, I don't really know a lot about all of that stuff, to be honest. I went to Vegas for the first time last year. I'm walking around the place. I'm absolutely clueless. I don't know what I'm doing there. And I I sat on a slot machine, you know, like a really cheap one. Played $20 worth and, you know, played for about half an hour and then left it. Stan with the Mulek Hunter Elite, 560 ped off. You didn't loot any item on Fen nor Twen. Oh, neither did I. But this is my point, Entro. This is my point, is that it doesn't seem to matter how much you cycle. That's not really what's governing how these things drop. Something else is. I know people that have picked up BGH stuff and they like logged in twice during migration. They logged in twice. 3 times maybe. Tsunade! 2,300 Lair Keeper. Grats, dude. 80 peda. You know, it's got nothing to do with grind. Something else was governing that. It takes 2 weeks to loot your first piece of base Gorgon. Yeah, but then when you do loot your base Gorgon, you keep going, you loot about 10 pieces in one go. It just, you know, in a couple of waves, you loot that much stuff. And then it goes away again. That's just wavy stuff. Wavy, looty, looty. I don't agree with you, Entro, sorry. I just don't. And only looted one adjusted scale piece. Must have done that wave 1,000 times. Yeah, I think again, what I don't know what skill level you're at, Super. I don't know what, you know. There's too many variables, basically. There's too many variables involved. It also, you could just be really unlucky hitting those waves each time at the wrong time. And that's really possible to do in this game. It just is. It's 100% wavy. And, like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that it's wavy. Skill doesn't matter here. I don't know. I think there's something else at play when it comes to item loots, which is why you always see generally the top players looting this stuff pretty easy. I don't think it's really got much to do with cycle. I really don't. I don't believe that, because, you know, if people are hitting this stuff on like day one, it's got nothing to do with cycle then on day one. It really, it's nothing to do with cycle. How can it be on day one? Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You think it's a marketing ploy? I think it's either something like total skill, or there's some particular skill that drives the ability to find unlimited items. I think that's more likely the case, and I think that in this system that kind of makes sense, because it's supposed to be a skill-based loot engine system, right? So I think something like that is at play, personally. And if you disagree with that, absolutely fine. We'll just agree to differ on that. Have you go over level 100? What do you mean? I'm hunting level 143 mobs now. I'm 120 laser pistolier, range laser. I've cycled hundreds of thousands of peds many times over. Yeah, Kesha doesn't really play that much anymore. But yeah, I mean, Kesha, as a case in point, has not had very good luck over the years. I should hunt somebody level 40, right? Yeah, I think there's a particular skill, or its total skill, that's at play that kind of determines whether you're finding stuff easier or not. Well, then maybe it's a particular skill that you don't have a lot of, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe you need to be in a top 5 society, something stupid like that, right? Maybe that's a mechanism of the society list. You know, if you're in a top 5 society, you're going to find stuff. Or top 10. I don't know. Something like that. You looted a C-120. So, I mean, there you go. I couldn't even find one of those. Don't join dingoes. So, I mean, to be honest, if you've looted a 120, that is a decent item, right? It's a really decent item. So the argument about I've cycled loads and I've got a million skills but I don't get anything, it fails, because you did get something, right? See what I'm saying? Yeah. Compared to some other people, yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just saying, you like, I'm saying I can't find decent stuff, and I think it's X, Y, Z, maybe a combination of those or whatever, right? And then you're in that category, and you've looted an item of that. You're kind of agreeing with the argument, right? While not agreeing with it. You see what I'm saying? You know, you've got over 1 million skills, and you found an item. Cycling's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with it. Yeah, I know people that cycle and cycle and cycle and cycle, and they still can't find stuff. You're about to hit 500k yourself. Not bad, Super Press, not bad. I don't know. I mean, Eve was saying he was minus 70, so I'm not sure how you can F2P on that. I'm not sure that works, really. Yeah, it definitely feels like we're cooling off now, so I think when these pills wear off, we'll probably stop. Yeah, but that's kind of more to the point, isn't it? That it doesn't really matter how much you've cycled. It doesn't care. System doesn't care. Yeah, but then, to be honest, it's more about then number of loot instances, right? So you're better off doing, like, for instance, these guys, right? You're better off just doing the youngs, the outcasts, and not the big ones, and just getting more loot instances per hour, right? But again, they were all, well, like Stormer, Striker, and that crew, you know, they were all the highest skilled people in the game. So they still fit into categories that I've already mentioned. Well, yeah, I don't know, Leon. I don't really know. I just saw one thing saying minus 70, so I'm not sure how much, you know, I'm really not sure how much markup you can get out of minus 70 that counters the minus 70, right? In that time period. I think it was for the year, right? Yeah, well, I don't think you're going to sway me on this. I don't believe it's that, personally. Sorry, I just don't. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I think there's something else involved. Yeah, if someone knew how it was, yeah, people would be able to just, you know. But then maybe some people do know, which is why they keep getting stuff again and again and again And again. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see whether it's going to be C80s and C120s again, or whether there's going to be a new BGH, or if they're gonna cycle back in the camo and the Marber. Maybe they do that. How much we got left here? We've still got a few minutes left on the pills. I mean, for all you know, it could be just down to, you know, total depot, right? But I don't know that that would be the case. No, I don't know anything about that, Cooper. What was that skill boost? 248%, that's nice. Who got suspended for exploiting resource mayhem? Did anyone? Anything unlimited dropping on those Mormons? Not yet. Not yet. I mean, there is potentially a chance that the A204 will drop. Gun's nearly dead again. We've got 7 minutes left on this pill. Another global. Feeling a bit of lag now for some reason. Okay, let me check Steam. Right, there's already an update for June Awakening. Okay, let's get that downloaded. Wow. Okay, it was a very small one. Huh? Well, it comes in waves, right? And the more enhancers you have on the gun, the more slots you have on the gun with enhancers in, the more likelihood it's going to break. I assume it's of a particular type. So, like, if you've got, like, 6 Accu enhancers and only 3 damage enhancers, I think it only looks at its own type. I haven't tested that. Nana's sucking up all the bandwidth. Well, look, I mean, I can only go with what I see, and I just don't see how it's possible, to be honest. Even with certain people getting stuff, you know, again and again, there's only so much markup on this stuff, right? There's only so much markup, and there's so much ped per hour being cycled by said person, so I don't know. 4 minutes of buff left. You want one to use, yeah. Yeah, I would like a C120, to be honest. But I don't know that we'll get those again this year. Like, before the camo arms BGH and before the Marber BGH were added to Summer Migration, what was dropping then? I mean, you've always had, like, Mod Shadow. Is it Mod Angel as well? Mod Shadow on the Earmons. Is it Mod Angel on the Longtooth, or was it the Mod Angel on the Earmon as well? The Perf Teg. Yeah, but the Perf Teg is still dropping. That hasn't changed. Well, it was last year. And so was the improved Strike Hammer. Still dropping last year. So those seem to be unaffected, right? But like prior to the BGHs being added a few years back, was there anything else? We've got another rap star there. Nothing. So, exterminators. What exterminator what? Rocket launcher. I don't know which one you mean. Skill deck exterminator, 105 DPS. So they stopped dropping this one, did they? Oh wow, that's really messed up. There we go. 163 to 326. I don't know if they dropped still or not. I don't think I saw... I didn't notice any myself last year. I haven't checked DL, obviously. So look. EL. Exterm. 2023 was the last one. So that was while the Marber and Camo BGHs were in play. I mean, technically, I guess that's still possible, maybe? Oh, the damn gun's broken again. Not me. What is going on over there? Right, our buffs are about to end. The gun is dead. And that was me. $98 peda. Right. Well, we were doing all right, I think, overall, but I think it started cooling off a little bit. Not sure. It's difficult to tell. I think overall we kind of, yeah, I think overall we did well, you know, because we've got a few rap stars to sell. These ball fat, I mean, these are just TT fodder, right? 105. What's the TIR on it? 387. Okay, that one might sell. That one might sell. We'll stick that one on auction. Yeah, I mean the clannies were fine for me. The Malak clannies were fine. Right, let's shove that one on because I think that one might go. So 103, 105 is typical. So yeah, let's do 106. I'm pretty sure between 103 and 106 that's going to go. So we'll get rid of that. The other one is TT fodder because no one in their right mind is using in them M600. Bye. And then we got a bunch of rap stars. Now I don't know if these things sell or not. Yeah, the augmented. Yeah, I thought it was long tooth. Yeah, that doesn't drop anymore. As far as I'm aware. Well, let me double check that actually. Let's have a look. Night special, wasn't it? Is it night special? Night. Why isn't it coming up? EP-38. It's not coming up. Does that not HOF? Surely it's not from so long ago that. Yeah, it doesn't HOF when that loots. Interesting. So we have no idea when those have been dropping. We've got a disco in 2015, but no rares. Someone bought that already? Oh, that's the SK80 gone. Good. That's that one gone. Bunch of Hyperion blueprints on Aris if anyone wants them. Right. So we've got a lot of TT sat in these swords that I can't use right now. TIRs are very meh. I don't know. I'll figure out what to do with those later. I'd like to use them, but I'm just too long away from being able to use them. Friend looted a night special 2 years ago. Yeah. Dropped from Molman Degenerate. I think they also dropped from Longtooth though. I'm pretty sure they dropped from Longtooth as well. Could be wrong. Right, I need to get things set up for June. So I've only got one brain oil. Wasn't there ML35 org? No, there was an ML65. ML65. which is, you know, it's not bad. It's just not great efficiency and all the rest of it. I'll be right back, folks. Just need a quick break. Okay, sorry about that. We are back. Right, I think it's time. It's time for June. So, like I said earlier, if you want to hang around and watch a bit of June gameplay, June Awakening, survival MMO kind of thing, I'm going into it completely blind. I don't know really what I'm going to be doing. Finally, he says, finally. Let me just change the stuff. Okay. Let's change this to Dune Awakening. There it is. Mature rated game. Mature? Why is it mature rated game? Interesting. All right. So, like I said, if you're interested in watching the Dune gameplay, hit spam F5 in a minute. We're going to be starting it up. I'm going to quickly stop the stream and start it again. But let me quickly go to intermission. There we go. Right. Let's kill Entropia. Let's start Dune, and I need to snatch the window. This is the bit I don't know, is that I don't know how you kind of set up your account and stuff. I haven't done any of this yet. So bear with me. Okay, we got a client loader. There is an account thing, logging with Steam. Okay. Okay. Do own the game, thank you very much. Okay, so their client loader is it also has other stuff on it. Interesting. Like Conan Exiles, etc. Okay. Right. So it doesn't the client loader itself doesn't seem to have a log on function, which that's concerning, to be honest. That's concerning because that then means the in-game thing has it. Okay, in order to serve its purpose of preventing and detecting thingies. Oh, it's battle eye. Okay, whatever. Whatever, battle eye. Right, bear with me, folks, while I get this all set up. Yeah, we're going to be doing spice farming, right? Known issue. Installed version of NVIDIA graphics drivers has a known issue. Please install the latest drivers. Oh, are you kidding me? Hotfix. God damn it. Like, can I do this while I'm streaming? Oh, okay. Game's still starting anyway. Right. Just give me a minute to see if there's a login thing that I need to get past. Let me, while I'm at it. Oh, I can't do that. Hang on. If I go to studio mode, then I'll be able to do it. Okay. And then if I go to, there we go, live, then I can add game cap. Not game cap, window cap. Okay. Dune Awakening. Right, we're getting this set up. We're getting this set up. Okay. That seems to be working. Okay. And then let's drop that right the way down. Where it is now. There it is. Sorry, bear with me. It's compiling shaders at the minute, so you're not really missing anything right now. Where is it? There it is. Okay, let's get rid of that. In fact, let's delete that one because we're not going to be playing that anymore. Right, so we've got the game, but I'm going to have to do some resizing on that. And then let me grab the audio. Oh, I need to do my sound mixer options. So I've got to get the game coming out on the right device. Game Elgato, there it is. So you should be able to hear the music now. Can you hear it? Oh, maybe you can't because we're not in the... No, because we've not got the thing up. All right. It's still compiling shaders right now. So... yeah, dream on, Daz. Dream on. Right. I can't really share the game yet because it's in ultra wide by default. I need to fettle around with graphics. Hey sorry, hey BT. How you doing? Yeah, just bear with me, folks. It's nearly there with the shaders. Although it does sound like I might have to update my graphics drivers due to some bug. Okay, it should be there now. One more. Yep. Ah, damn it. It's okay.
And the myriad of paths.
I'm gonna have to...
My path saw
What's it
the
doing?
Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt.
Oh, it's not actually...
Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind.
It's not showing the video.
With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit Sisterhood.
Right.
But
Hang on a
it was
bit.
the navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium.
Can you hear the audio?
But I am telling you of the universe you already know.
Yeah, you should be able
Let
to.
me describe the one you do not.
And so you can't see the video because it seems to be playing in a different window or something.
Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl they named Ariste. Because of her obedience to the Bene Gesserit, Lady Jessica is trained as a truth-sayer. Because of that training, Lady Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because of the forewarning of his betrayal, House Atreides survived the Battle of Arrakeen. Because of their survival, the Emperor declared a full-scale war of assassins.
Right, the video's not coming up for you guys. I don't know why. It's doing some weird thing with the game where it's not showing the, it's not updating on the same client rect or something.
The Fremen were eradicated. There was no Muad'Dib, no...
You can hear it though, that's good.
No Kwisatz Haderach.
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that. It's not...
Paul Atreides.
I've got the window selected for the game, but it's just not showing up.
All my visions lead to horror, except this one. This one leads to you.
So I don't know if that cutscene's available somewhere else, but like it's still not even showing. All right, let me. Like, why is it not doing this? I don't understand why it's not. Ah, okay. If I select a different method, it works. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, so sorry guys, you missed the video. Like, you could hear it, but you missed the video. I think we'll have to find the video on the interwebs and look at it there. Yeah, whatever. Right, I also need to change the resolution and stuff. Okay. Okay. Settings. Graphics, and then we're going to go windowed full screen. That's perfect, but why is it... Oh, right, just windowed then. Windowed. What are these options? What is this? Yeah, that's not right. Ultra wide support on, off. I mean, it was already in ultra wide mode. I don't get it. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Now it works. Right, bear with me. We'll get this looking correct in a minute. 1440. There we go. That's the one. Right, let me move that into the center again. There we go. Right, what we need to do now, guys, is I just need to stop the stream quickly. Tell us using a 360 without telling... Yeah, all right. I'm just going to stop the stream and then start it again. So can you guys just spam F5 a minute, okay? Just spam F5 until you get me back.